other people calling black words the N-word or just using that word just freely up out their mouth. But as I always challenge, and I'm not telling anybody to do it, please don't do it. But what do you think would happen if you stood in your front yard? Let's say there was somebody who's Jewish living next door to you, or Latino, even or Asian, because you know you can't do none of them. They got a hate crime bill all to themselves. But imagine you had your beautiful black self and you were mad about something for whatever reason, and you were in your front yard and you got the you and you and you at 2 seconds out after it left your mouth, you hear real, 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 and you get snatched up so fast, and it had hate crime bill put on you, and a whole host of things. I don't know. I don't. Maybe it's just me, and maybe y'all too. Have y'all noticed that? You don't hear a big outcry about that. Where is Maxine Waters? Maybe when she's done running in the back alleys chasing behind ICE, she could get in front of a microphone and say, "Hey, you Latinos, okay? And everybody else, y'all stop using that word, the audacity, right?" Maybe we'll see Jasmine Crockett, Hakeem Jeffries, and I said his name like that on purpose for a whole lot of reasons, but where's Hakeem Jeffries, right? Where's all these people when black folks are being called that? We know where that word comes from. It comes from the plantation. It doesn't mean anything good. Now, I know some people say, oh, well, that's not what it means. It means ignorant. Does it? Then how come y'all don't run around calling white people that? Or anybody else if it just means ignorant? You know exactly what it means. It's a bad word when it comes to black folks, whether we say it, whether they say it, right? And I hate to even do this, but when we say it's just a tiny bit different. I know that's kind of on the ignorant side, but I'm just making a point of reference. But nobody else should be able to say that. So nobody's really mad about that. Now, are y'all ready for us to talk about another pull-up that should happen? I think I heard y'all say yes. Okay, now this is where I learned this term a long time ago. It may be tight, but it's right. Here we go. Okay. A brother from Chicago sent this to me a couple of days ago. And he's always sending me stuff. Sister K, you need to talk about what's going on in Chicago. Sister K, all this is going on. We always talk about the things that other people do to us, but we never talk about the stuff that we do to us. And so I said, okay, as I was thinking about this particular story, we got to have several pull-ups, y'all. As you can see here, it says 6, Sunday as Chicago weekend shootings leave 25 victims. Do you know what a mass shooting entails? A mass shooting entails 4 or more victims in a single event. That qualifies as a mass shooting. That's just one weekend. Okay. Now I'm going to just read y'all some of the details of what happened. Okay. Bear with me here. Now it says, here's a summary of this weekend's other shooting incidents based on information released by Chicago Police Department. It says Friday, August 14th, this is at 2:48 p.m. A 22-year-old man was on the sidewalk when he was shot in the right foot by an unknown offender. He was taken to Roseland Hospital in good condition. 7:13 p.m., and this is in different places, right? In Chicago, a 42-year-old man was involved in a verbal altercation with a man and a woman inside a vehicle. The male offender exited the vehicle, produced a firearm, and opened fire, striking the victim in the abdomen. He was taken to Christ Hospital in fair condition. Police said the shooter was a valid CCL, so concealed or carry license, and FOID card holder. A firearm was recovered at the scene, and the man was brought in for questioning. Saturday, August 15th at 12:01 a.m. A 16-year-old boy was riding as a passenger in the vehicle when an unknown offender standing in the street opened fire. The boy was shot in the right flank. He initially went to Humboldt Park Health before being transferred to Stroger Hospital, where he was listed in good condition. Okay, now let's go to, let's say Sunday, because there was some more stuff on Saturday. Now, Sunday, it says 12:02 a.m. A 35-year-old man was standing outside when unknown offenders approached him. One of the offenders produced a firearm and opened fire, striking the victim in the chest. He was taken to Mount Sinai Hospital in critical condition and later died. An hour later, two men were standing outside when a light colored sedan approached and an unknown offender inside the vehicle opened fire. A 30-year-old man was shot multiple times and taken to University of Chicago Hospital in critical condition where he later died. Okay, a 32-year-old man was also shot and taken to Christ Hospital in serious condition. Now, of course, I can go on as there was way more situations to read. And unfortunately, RIP to all of those people who lost their lives and speedy recovery to those 19 other people who were shot and are recovering. Okay. Now, I am so happy that those brothers pulled up on that anti-black Latino. That has to happen. Okay. We have to let these other people know the day of the Geechee, right? That's a term from Uptown Saturday Night. The day of the Geechee is over. Okay. The day of y'all disrespecting us and us being told to continue, as somebody said, to turn the other cheek, those days are over with. Okay. We're not playing with y'all no more because we don't want you to play with us. Right. Granted, that's a done deal. Now we got to talk about the pull up that needs to happen.
All right, Negro. Hold on a second right here. First off, this is the part that I find very comical. Is that the lady that they're saying so far? Remember when they tell us we're trying to fight white supremacy? Remember when Black Americans say we are trying to fight white supremacy, but you Latinos want to be white adjacent, you be one next to white people. So why is a Black American female moving to a predominantly white American area? I thought they're anti-Black. I thought you want to get away from your oppressors, but at the same time, y'all live next to your oppressors. Why don't you go move in an all-Black area in California? Oh, I forgot you don't. You don't want to live in those areas. Okay? You don't want to live in those areas because we all know how anti-Black Black Americans are when it comes to living neighborhoods. That's the thing about the Black American male and the white American male. They will sit there and spend all day speaking about anti-Blackness. Speaking about, how we gotta fight the white man, white supremacy, and all that jigaboo shit. That's what they'll try to tell people. They're gonna sit there and tell everybody up and down the playing field that we need to fight white tea supremacy. Okay? That's what they're going to tell you. We're going to fight white tea supremacy. And when you listen carefully, they're going to say, we're going to pull up on this racist Latino man and how anti-Black Latinos are, and you see how they call themselves white. That's what she said. She said earlier that this Latino thinks that he's white and he lives in a white community. That's how racist he is. If you're moving in an area where the Latino man thinks he's white, he lives in a white American area, and Latinos are anti-Black and they want to be white adjacent, according to the Negro. The better question is this. What the fuck are you moving into those areas then? Why are you moving over there? Why is the Black American female moving in an area where it's predominantly white Americans. Okay, there's a Latino man who wants to be white adjacent. That's why there's an all white American area. He wants to be white so bad. So why are you moving in there? You have to step back and realize something, folks, about white tea, black Americans, and their anti-blackness coming out of their mouths. Listen, you know, they pull up on this guy, this Hispanic, whatever, this Latino guy, whatever crap, and they dox his information because someone yelled, that the N-word is bad. We gotta pull up. We gotta dox that man. And then she reads reports of like several black people in her own community in the United States shooting up each other up. How much you want to bet not one black American Negro is going to dox any of these guys? Not one. He's not going to do that. For some strange reason, the Negro does not want to dox another Negro committing an actual crime in his community. But if it's a non-black person, all of a sudden the Negro gets all emotional. He gets horny. He gets outraged. He gets all bent out of shape, emotional, sad, happy, angry, and you know, just like his erectile's penis get erected, he immediately take off his pants, start jerking off the computer, and then proceeds to say, "I gotta do something. We gotta fight racism, white supremacy. We gotta dox the information. We gotta get him fired, harass him, blah, blah, blah." You know, that's the problem because someone called me the N-word. Meanwhile, in his community, there are literally black Americans shooting, killing, murdering, raping, all these things within their own community. Not one Negro wants to dox that guy or those people. Not one. That's how I know black Americans are anti-black. Because it's easy to pull up with a beaner in a predominantly white area and pull up but have a bunch of fat overweight motorcycle guys looking at your house. But the Negro does not want to pull up in his own community where it's full of violence. Now, to counter this argument, the Negro will pull out the stats and say, well, cartels, you need to go protest the cartels and the vines over there because that's the real problem, Kim. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that's a real problem, but who the hell protests cartels? You can't protest cartels. That's a militarized. That's like protesting Iraq, the Al-Qaeda. So the Negro wants to sit there and want to play these semantics of stupidity in front of my face. Okay? So, and I told us before about black Americans are not that smart, same with the white Americans, because I know how they think about Mexico and the rest of Latin America, because they think it's like, you know, some anti-black sentiment going on, and they'll pull out the history. It's anti-black, you are racist, anti-blackness, blah, blah, blah. At the same time, why there's anti-blackness going on in Latin America? You have black American males traveling there in droves to find Latinas to replace black American females because they're not weapon shield because they're garbage filth. Now, at the same time, while they're doing this, then they'll turn around saying that they're anti-black. So we have to break this down once again for the Negro. You are telling people that Latinos are anti-black, but the reason how I know this is because I dated a Latina. Meaning I put my penis in the vagina and then I noticed the anti-blackness coming from that community. So we gotta say this again to the Black American male. So if that community is so anti-Black, why is this Black American male engaging in intercourses with women that come from a community of anti-Blackness? Now, the Negro's going to come up and say the following: oh, they chose me. They chose me. I was the preference. They chose. This is what the Negro does. He wants to say he's chosen, just like the white American male, another piece of shit, piece of human being. The white American male, he said that I'm chosen too. They prefer me. I'm their preference. This is what they'll say to you and everyone else. Okay, Negro. So, do you see Latinas driving, getting into their cars or Uber lifts and driving all the way to the Black American community and then get out their cars or vehicles and hunt down dark-skinned Black Americans? Is that what's happening, Negro? No. It's not what's happening, Negro. No. What's happening is you are getting up, you are getting in your cars, and you purposely go on Google, search Latin nightclubs or lounge or bars, and then you go to pull up in those locations, get out of the car, go into the establishment, and then what do? You search for Latinas. And then you talk to a bunch of them, and then one of them says yes. Then you turn around like a homosexual that you are, and then turn around and say, oh, they prefer me. You just jealous, Kim, because they prefer me. No, Negro, no. It's not you prefer them. It's not them preferring you. It's you preferring them. You prefer them. That's why you're dating them. That's why you're putting your penis in their vaginas, because you like it, you idiot. That's how I know. That's how I know you're anti-Black. And let's say they were pursuing you and harassing you and trying to get with you, if that was the case, you could easily say no. You know that, right? If you're being pursued, and according to them, it's Latinas harassing them, you can say no. You can report to the police if you wanted to. But that's not the case. You are dating out. You are going after those women. And you are on social media going around saying the most anti-Black crap I've ever heard towards your own females, and then turn around and go to these Latinas and have sex with them. That's what you're doing. And then you have a mixed child, and you call that mixed child Black until he also dates another female that's not Black, but they criticize your mixed child not dating a Black woman, but you didn't date a Black woman. And then you turn around and say, oh my God, I'm anti-Black. I'm racist. I'm all this stuff. But you're having sex with women that are lighter than you, making mixed race children that are lighter than you. But then he turns around, but he wants to talk about, oh my God, you try to widen the race up. Negro, you're doing the same thing. The fuck are you talking about? You are doing the exact same thing. And we know your mixed children don't date Black women, because no one does, including you. So you have a mixed race. So, we already established that the fact that you're not going your mixed son's not going to date a Black woman. We already know that. That's obvious. We already know that. So by the time we have your great-grandchild coming up, the kid's almost pitch white. So we got to come into circles again. How are we trying to fight white supremacy when this black American man's on a quest to get light as possible. Like he's literally, we're not talking about what we believe or what he said. We're seeing what he's doing. Like, Negro, you want light and mixed children. Negro, your kids are fucked up in the head. Negro, even your fucked up kids are not dating dark-skinned black people. They're getting lighter. And they don't want to accept this. Anytime when I talk to black Americans or their offsprings, or it's like this hidden, like, I don't want to talk about it, but yeah, but let's focus on Latin America and Blackimento and Mejora Raza and all this other weird shit. Meanwhile, Michael Jordan has literally lighter-skinned mixed children walking around. Didn't LeBron James said, I don't date black women? Didn't he say that? So LeBron just have like what? Bunch of lighter-skinned mixed grandkids? So, and then they turn around and they want to speak on anti-blackness. Okay, I'm going to say this again. If these people are anti-black and racist, then why are you moving a predominantly white area? What are you doing? Also, she mentioned the crime's going down. You know why the crime's going down, right? It's because the fact is they're kicking off the blacks out of all these cities. That's why.
Masculinity. Men want femininity. That's why men go to Colombia in the first place. You heard with this black man, she didn't hear it. But if you watch the video.
In Medellin, Colombia. Yes, there are. You're just looking in Parque Guerres or Provenza. And to be honest, it's just like in the United States. The good girls be inside, or they're handling their business, or they're family oriented, or they're at the gym. They are basically doing things that involve self-improvement. Now, some of y'all don't like women like this. You'll say that they're masculine or they're too independent.
No.
Well, you get what you get when you don't want women that self-improve.
Oh, no. No. This is the same girl that's mixed with the modern woman. No. That's not what men are saying. Men are saying masculinity.
You know something I always enjoy American guys. This is why I keep saying this to a lot of people. I want to talk more about this in regards to like about Mexico, particularly about Mexico and the rest of Latin America. And I will talk about a little bit before I whatever about the earthquake. I just want to say this to a lot of Americans about this. there's a lot of brainwashing that's happening here in the United States. Americans as a whole are very, very brainwashed, extremely brainwashed, because they have this idea what's masculine, what's feminine. Now, here's what's comical about this. American men, they don't like the women. They really don't like the women. Like, I don't care what anyone says, they don't like their own females here. The thing about it is simply as this. He's saying we gotta go to Colombia. And it goes back to what I try to tell people this again. These are the same people that swear up and down about anti-blackness in Latin America. How they're racist, they want to be like white people. Then you got white nationalists going around saying that the people coming to the border are anti-white and they hate white people. They want to believe everything on white people. This is what you hear. Okay?
Men want femininity. That's why men go to Colombia in the first place. You heard what this black man, she didn't hear it. But if you watch the video, you saw what the man just explained. He explained femininity. What men are doing is, which is you give a good game right now. But keep hope alive. We're not like that, like the guys. You know what it is? They confuse every guy with red pill. We're not red pill. We have red pill ideologies, but we're not that. Stop it. Get some help. This is why I'm in going.
Excited. Talk about, hey, bro, I'm playing for the other team now. I said, other team? What are you, pause? What are you talking about? He said, he said, I love my black queens, bro, big bro. I love my black queens, but I think them Latinas is where it's at. I said, man, give me the story. What happened, right? I said, man, bro, I've been dating two girls. I've been open about it. You know, I'm telling them, you know, what it is. And I just took a leap of faith, bro. And I quit. I'm dating one black girl, and well, I was dating one black girl, and now I'm dating a Latina girl. And I'm like, okay, it's your first time dating Latina. It's like, yeah, bro, like it's a different experience. I said, what you mean? So, you know, young nigga, all right, so boom. You know what I'm saying? So he like, all right, so boom. All right, so boom. So last month, you know what I'm saying? You know, I call her Chocolate. You know what I mean? She Chocolate invited me over. You know, I think it was somebody's birthday party or something like that, right? So I pull up and it was like, we got burgers, we got fries, we got hot dogs, you know, we got cake, whatever you want, make you a plate, right? So he's like, ain't no big deal. Went and made me a little burger, called it a day, enjoyed family, met the mom, met everybody. It was good vibes, you feel me? Then he said, bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I had Thanksgiving with the Latina family and I ain't going back, bro. I said, what you mean you ain't going back? He said, first off, when I got there, bro, like, it's like everybody was expecting me. Like, everybody was like, hey, bro, how you doing? Good to see you. Everybody made me feel like family. You want a Modelo? You want a Corona? You need some tequila? We got Casamigos. You know what I'm saying? They had the all in the background. I was like, this kind of lit. You feel me? But he said, bro, this what did it for me, bro. This what made me, hey, bro, I went to the table and it was like, you know, what you want to eat? The grandma asked me, the mama asked me, the auntie asked me, and the girl I was dating asked me what I want to eat. So being me, I just get up and I start making me a plate.
The man couldn't believe it, but that's just how they are. They weren't acting.
You know what's so funny about these stories is that I come from these backgrounds and I serve my plate all the time. You notice how quickly he mentions the grandma, the mom, the girlfriend, the auntie, but they never mention the men. Haven't you noticed that? Haven't you noticed they don't mention anything about the guys? And now here we go again. This goes back to what I told you. Black American males, and this is about the United States as a whole. I've noticed this about American men in this country. They really go by, if you listen very carefully, they talk about genetics. They go by genetics a lot. And they go by who your mother was born. This goes back to when I was arguing with that biracial girl about whether or not who looks more like who. Like you look more like your mother, your father, and she was telling like I look more my mom and my mom, but they don't understand this. They're too nice to these cockroaches. Bastilla, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think they're lying. You know how I know they're lying? You know how I know? Because notice right away he'll talk about the dad or the uncles. Then you start because he said that the lady offered her Modelos or Coronas, tequila, Casamigos. Time out. Time out. What Mexican gets Casamigos? Anyone? Anyone? Where's Casamigos? Folks, Mexicans do not buy Casamigos. Yeah, it is. It's an American brand. That's why I tell you that's no. That's not what Mexicans drink. Now, he mentioned Corona, Modelo. Okay. Now, he doesn't mention what type of Modelo. Because Mexicans don't say Modelo. They say Negra. They'll say Especial. They'll say stuff like that. Or the mixed ones, right? Micheladas, Modelo version. The new Modelos come in with all that free stuff. You notice that? Notice how now remember, this is why I keep laughing at these people. Remember what they say. That remember, Latinos are anti-black. So if they're anti-black, why are they inviting you to their households? See, you have to stop listening to this anti-blackness crap. Because that's not what's happening here. It's called a disagreement. If I don't agree with a black American male, he will establish the fact that I'm anti-black because he had it his way. Because anti-blackness, really what it means is I don't agree with black Americans what they're saying to me. It doesn't mean I hate them. I disagree with what you think. So if I disagree with you, then immediately he's going to throw the anti-black label on you. Because the only way we can do this is because we got to paint you as a racist. So therefore, we have to paint you as a racist. So therefore, we can say you are anti-black. I don't listen to you because you're racist and they do the same sequence, the same talking points. You want to suck up to the white man. You want to follow white supremacy, blah, blah, blah. Yet at the same time, you are the same group of males who will literally make videos saying, I want snow bunnies. You will sit there and say that I don't date black women. The guy sat there and said that I prefer Latinos over black. Like, and if that's not anti-blackness, no, not. It's a preference, Kim. And then you make these mixed children, and they grow up with these mental issues in their head. They got mommy, daddy issues all over the place. And the Negro, because listen, the black American Negro is not as a horrible dad, horrible father. He's not a good father. And the thing about it is comical is this. Negro, you do realize that when you get with these Latinas, right, and you have your children, right, you are aware that these kids lose their Latino culture, right? You are aware of this, right? You are aware that These kids, and then not speak no lick of Spanish. These kids don't know nothing about the culture that is Latino. It's gone. And you keep saying that you want these hot Latinas, they're attractive, they got real hair, right? But if they mix with you, you do realize you're giving your daughters nappy hair. You are aware of this, right? You are aware that when you have mixed with Latinos, that the kids' hair comes out fucked up. Because let's be for real, you don't see no one in our communities saying that we want Black Americans' hair. No one's been saying that shit. No one, even they know that. That's why they're so fixated on Black women's hair and critiquing them, saying you wear fake hair, you know, why don't you be natural, blah, 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 you know, all that stuff, right? He's saying all this stuff because he is not like his own black hair. He's the same Negro that will spend extra money on chemicals to have curly hair, to have straight hair. He will go to a blowout and have straight hair. He'll put a do-rag for 3 months because remember, the do-rag you see it's all popping and all cool. The do-rag is the bonnet for men. You wrap around it because they put chemicals on the hair because they want to have curls. That's the original. That's the do-rag. A lot of people they're not Black, they don't wear do-rags. They don't understand that wear do-rags. They don't understand where do-rags come from. It's basically the male bonnet for Black men. It's for Black men that want to change their hair. So to protect it, so they put a do-rag around it. It's not there to look cool. It's there to protect Black men's hair because remember, when they go outside and there's moist, it could rain outside, the do-rag will protect the hair because we put water on the 4C hair, it will, with the chemicals, they just look horrible. That's why they wear the do-rag. No one wants to say that, but that's true. And then they turn around and say that you wish you were like us. But at the same time, when it comes to sex, they wouldn't look nothing like them. Now, here's the funny thing about Americans. I'm going to show you a little something here. This is about Americans. Hold on. I'm going to type into something here, right? I'm going to put Tucker Carlson, Mexico. Okay. I want everyone to look at this. Mexican cartels, advanced weaponry, and why they're bigger threat than Russia. Right here. So it's all this. Ukraine is selling weapons to Mexico drug cartels. Cartels, Mexico central problem. Plan to destroy the ending child trafficking, secure the border for good. There's a lot of hatred towards the United States in Mexico. Mexico's deadly deals. All this stuff. Stuff like this. Mexican cartels use witchcraft. Tucker Carlson tacos are Mexican. Okay, let me just try to explain this to Americans. What you see here. When you go on social media and everything. Okay. When you step back and you hear Americans talk, okay? You hear Americans talk. Remember what's happening to them. They're brainwashed. Okay? They're being told that Mexico is the bad person It's the enemy. It's the worst thing on planet Earth. It's drug infested, everything, all that stuff. That's the brainwashing you have in the United States. And I'm not denying there's certain problems in Mexico, I'll tell you that much. But when you hear Americans talk about Mexico, I hear it very clearly. The way they talk about Mexico, I can tell right away, immediately, you're brainwashed. Because if you watch the U.S. media, social media, you type in Mexico, it's all negative. It's all negative. When you type in Mexico, and all they're so obsessed about is the border, is drug cartels, death and destruction, all that stuff. Do you want to know why they do that? Because Americans love talking about drugs. They love it. They love danger. They love invasions. They love that shit. Americans love that crap. This whole concept that they're being invaded. I mean, Americans love that shit. I mean, these Americans, especially white Americans, they love the word invasion. They love that shit. If you tell them that their country's being invaded, like, they just love hearing that. The reason why they're obsessed with the word invasion, Mexico, and all that stuff, because this goes back to what I told you. When people talk about Mexico, it's always negative. It's always negative. Because Americans love being negative. And it's the best country in the whole wide world. Well, okay then. Well, let's just be realistic here. Okay, so let's just stop back here. So the argument I got into on TikTok, the guy was telling me about how, well, if Mexicans care about Mexico, why don't they go build back Mexico? I said, well, they are building Mexico up. Why do you think the economy is growing? Why do you think these other stuff are growing? Why do you think they're building infrastructure? Why do you think so? Now, the funny thing is that they were saying that Mexico hates white people. This is what you're going to hear. And the part that really gets to me is this part here. Not the Mexican taco was a Mexican food or witchcraft. It's that there's a lot of hatred towards the United States in Mexico. See, I heard several Americans say this to me, that we're being told to hate the United States. I'm thinking to myself, where do you hear that in Mexico? Where are they teaching kids to hate the United States? Show me where you see this. Show it to me. Oh, I can tell because of what they're saying. I'm like, no. Show me where you hear this. I can show you where Americans hate Mexico. That's obvious. And I can tell because your talking points, because it's almost the same talking points as the other ones. You'll have the same talking points. All you kids. That's how I know that it's all propaganda. Like, you're being told that Mexico's bad, US is good. So Mexico's evil. We got to stop the evil invaders because we got to punish because we're victims. That's what Americans are. They're known for being victims. And they love wars. They love invasions. They love all that shit. This is the same country that will come up to you and tell you if there's a war breaking out, would you go join the United States or your hometown? Or your home country? This is the same country that does not know a country unless they bomb it. Now, Poland, for example, Oh, Poland. That's when the Nazis invaded Poland and you know, and the U.S. and the bomb what Afghanistan. We bombed that shit. Japan. We bombed that shit. Germany. Oh, World War II. Vietnam. Oh, Vietnam War. We killed those kooks. Notice that they know about countries if there's a war. That's how Americans know about a country if they're at war with somebody. Because almost every decade there's always a war they go into. Like it's always a war against this, a war against that, a war. I mean, a war against America, a war against Christmas, a war against the Republicans, a war against conservative, a war against the church, a war. I mean, there's wars everywhere. These Americans, they love wars. Not because I say it, because you guys keep talking about them. You keep talking about invasions. You love invasions. You love that shit. You love the fact they're coming in. You want to do something about it and play cops and robbers, play cowboys and Indians. You love that shit. They love that. They love cosplaying as put on their boots on, put on their cowboy hats, and be like tough guys and get a jerk off of it. They believe this. Just how like Black Americans have this idea that we hate Black people and Black Americans, white Americans think the exact same way. They think that we hate them and that we're out to get them and try to kill them and all this other stuff. They believe this. Now, you ask them, have the Mexican man ever killed you? Like, nope. You know, any Mexican guy that gunned you down, any your relatives? Nope. They can't tell you that. In fact, they talk about illegal immigration, right? Ask them this question. Have you ever spoken to a legal immigrant in real life? The funny thing about this is comical. It's even more sinister, but more retarded. Is that you got so many white Americans go type in this. Go look at all this stuff. Right? And I want everyone to understand this conversation. You know, not your Asian, all that stuff. Okay. This is the funny thing about this stuff. I always laugh at this stuff. Okay. These are the same white Americans that will swear up and down that they're being replaced. Okay. They will tell everyone to get out of this country. They'll tell you shouldn't be here. We want what, but yet I've yet to see not one white nationalist say, "Hey, white guys, stop having sex with these non-white women." Do you hear them do that? No, they tell white women to stop fucking black men. That's what they say. When was the last time you saw a white American nationalist go on social media and say, "Hey, white guys, from the United States, stop having sex with non-white women. You will never hear that. You'll go to the pro-blacks, the Hotep Negroes, and they'll tell you that you just jealous, Kim, and all that stuff. But then turn around and start talking about we need more black people. It's all about black identity, pro-black, blackity black, blah, blah, blah. You will not hear a word this black American male say, hey, black American males, stop having sex with non-black women. You will never hear the Negro say that. The Negro man will ever say that. He will talk about anti-blackness in the Latino community, but at the same time, this black American male will have sex with these women. They're quote unquote come from an anti-black community. Then he'll come out to your doorstep and tell you that you're anti-black because you won't allow me to date your daughter. He'll say this to you. You have to hear what he says. He said the following: if you don't allow me to date your daughter, you're anti-black. This is what you have to respond back. Negro, no, you are anti-black. You don't want to date a black woman. So you're coming to me, a non-black man, and talking to, quote unquote, my daughter, a non-black woman, and telling me, a non-black man, that if you don't let me fuck your daughter, then you're anti-black. So I'm a little bit confused about that. So how is it that the father is anti-black, but the Negro having sex with non-black women is not anti-black? That is the definition of anti-blackness. Negro, you don't want to date your women. That's how you solve the problem, right there. You tell, why don't you let me date your daughter? You're being anti-black. No, you're anti-black because you want to date black women. Tell them that. Tell them that. You don't want to allow me to date you. No, you don't like dating black women. That's why you're dating out. Tell them this. Look at the reaction. No, you're anti-black. You are anti-black because you don't want to date your women. That's why you're coming to my house telling me that I'm anti-black to allow me to date your daughter. Because if you don't do that, I'm going to call shouting at you being anti-black. No, we're going to reverse that. No. You're anti-black because you're going to a non-black place, a non-black house, talking to a non-black father, asking a non-black father to date a non-black woman. Sir, you are anti-black. Because if you're probably black, you'll be in a black area in a black community in this country trying to date a black woman that is from your complexion. You're not doing that. You don't find your own females attractive. That's why. So stop the BS. You just don't find your own. You think they're ugly. That's all. So stop pretending with this and hiding between this quote unquote word of anti-blackness. Anti-blackness is code word for I don't like being black. Negro, I'm not black. So me talking about me rejecting blackness is not me being anti-black because I'm not black. The one rejecting anti-black, the one that's accepting anti-blackness and rejecting pro-blackness is black American males. I don't have to accept pro-blackness. Okay? And that doesn't mean I'm anti-black. You don't seem to understand this. I'm not black. Period. Doesn't matter if it's anti or pro. I'm not black. You are. So why are you pushing this dynamic onto me? And this is the exact same thing with white American males. They will come up to me and say the following, that I'm a white nationalist, I'm conservative, and they'll say stuff like that. And they'll start talking about we need to preserve the white race and that we need to try to preserve our European heritage. Now, when you asked about European heritage, because they fail to realize that Europe is a continent full of hundreds of different cultures, but he calls it European culture. Just like when Black Americans reference Africa as a continent and call it African culture, when in reality of it, there's multiple cultures all throughout Africa. Now, when it comes to this argument from white Americans, what they're going to do is going to sit there and they're going to speak about the fact that you are anti-white, that you could come to this country and take over and replace people like me. That's what they're going to tell you. And that we have to stop that because they're victims. We have to stop that because if we don't do that, there'll be a less white population. That's what they're going to say to you. They'll tell us to everybody. Okay, if you are going to say this to my face, if you're going to tell me this, that there's a decrease in the white population, then why the fucking hell do I see a bunch of white dudes dating outside their race? Why do I see video after video after video after video after video of white guys dating Asian chicks? White guys dating Latinas, white guys being promoted dating black women. Why are you not saying a word? Notice something about this. Notice when white Americans talk, white Americans talk about they don't like interracial dating. Notice right away they reference the black man fucking or getting with a white woman. They never talk about the white woman. The white American male dicking down a black woman. You would never hear a word about that. Not a word. This whole nation shit is a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of lies. Just like this anti-Mexican sentiment in this country. And I'll give you an example about this, okay? The lazy Mexican stereotype. And it's just funny about the Americans. Let me show you the statue, or was it I'm going to say statue. Try to find it. Hold up. Well, I'll pull it up. Hold up. Give me a second here. About to show you this, people. So here, let me show this to people. I'm going to show this again. It's just funny about this. So I show this to a lot of Americans about this. I love Americans because they have a weird process about beaners. And Americans, they really are brainwashed people. Okay. Now, here we go right here. So, see right here? This is the lazy Mexican statue, right? These are what you see. This is what you see Americans see, right? Okay, let me explain this to people that don't understand this conversation, okay? What this is why this is a prime example about the Americans and how they manipulate Americans. They kind of brainwash them because Americans are not that smart in their head. Okay, this is what happens. Americans, what they did to these figures is that they took it and they Americanized it and turn around and says, "Oh, they're sleeping because they're lazy." So America, oh yeah, they are sleeping. That means they're lazy. Now, the funny thing is that that's where you get the stereotype that Mexicans are lazy and they're like sleeping around, like just being lazy. That's where the term came from, the lazy Mexican, because of these statues. Now, the statue includes a tequila bottle on the side and the guy sleeping and all that stuff. So Americans assume, oh, it's because he's drunk, he has no work, that's why he's lazy. Okay, this is something that I notice about Americans they're really this stupid. Does this make any sense? How are they lazy, but they can afford a bottle of tequila? You don't Americans don't understand this, but this is a true story. These images, this represents the working lower class, the poor working class people of Mexico of those days. Was the idea was you work so hard that you cannot stop and you're so tired but you can't fall asleep. So what you do is you drink tequila to make you go to bed faster. If you type in tequila sleep faster, they will say it that the tequila makes you go sleep faster. That's what it was, the concept of the sleepy Mexican, is that he's worked so hard he cannot stop to the point that he has to lay down and take a nap. And to get into bed, to make him fall asleep, he drinks tequila. And then he falls asleep. He has to wake up and go to work again. Does that sound like a lazy person? No. But Americans, they took these images and they tell to Americans these people are lazy. Look, see, they got these lazy statues. They don't understand where it came from. You see how they manipulate. You see how Americans are easily brainwashed. You see how that's why I keep talking about the anti-Mexican sentiment in this country is absolutely utterly insane. Where they took a statue which has no, this was in Mexico. This has nothing to do with Americans at all. They took these statues, they turned around and made the complete opposite. When these statues actually represents the poor lower class people trying to work. But since Americans don't understand that conversation, they don't understand. Like, for example, when I go to work, sometimes when you go to work, you drink water and everything. It's so hot outside, you're so tired. To really kind of boost you up, you will drink beer. And let's be for real about this. If you're tired and you're really, really tired and like you're really tired and you have no energy, a beer is just as good as a Gatorade. In some cases, I know it could happen to me. So when you have Americans, right, who have no idea about Mexico, because Americans don't know nothing about Mexico. It doesn't matter. They go many times. It doesn't matter. They don't know nothing about Mexico. Nothing about Mexican culture. Nothing about Mexican people. Nothing. Look what that Black American guy said. When I came home, when I came to her place, the mother gave me stuff. The grandma. It's like, so I'm a little bit confused about that because when I was growing up, the first person you see at the door is the dad, not the mom. So this goes to show you that Americans are very feminine. The fact that you need the mother's approval, like it's the grandma's approval, the auntie's approval. Why are you fighting for approval from females? You're a man. Shouldn't you be fighting the approval of men? But see, they don't want to say anything about that because you want to know why? Because Americans are very feminine. The American men are very feminine. They're very feminized. They don't want to accept that part. Because if I was dating someone, I'll respect the mother and everything, but to be honest with you, I'm going to talk to the dad first because we're both men. That's how it is. It's kind of weird that a grown man is trying to be next to the auntie and the mother and the grandma. Like that's kind of weird. You're a guy. Shouldn't you be around guys and try to talk to the brothers, the uncles, the cousin, male cut? Like, shouldn't you be doing it because you are men, right? But see, right there, that tells you a lot about American men, that they're very feminized. That's why I keep telling people this all the time about Americans. Why is that? Leave me alone. Why is the Negro like this? Why is he displaying anti-blackness towards me?
To do, but the best time in Medellin is at night. You know what I mean? To go party, dance, look just as good. It's not about the women why I went there. I just fell in love with the city. I have no reason. I'm a reason why I fell in love with the city, right? It just is what it is. Not, and the one I'm trying to say is not everybody's here for that. But one thing I do say is I found myself being very bored in Medellin because I've done it all. You feel me? Medellin, newsflash, guys, is not really that popping. If like, let's take away all that partying, right? The Provenza, the Parque, let's take that away. What else do I do? Guatape is not Medellin, so you can't say that that's Medellin. That's 2 hours away, so that's totally out the question. What else is there to do in Medellin? Go to a park? There's really nothing to do here but party and chill. You know what I mean? There's really not that much to do here once you've seen it. You know what I mean? Once you've been here, like, oh yeah, if you come for a weekend, cool.
This is so sad. You got this Dominican American. This is what happened when you talk to Black Americans. And the other guy's actually Dominican American too. It's kind of sad. This is what happens when you be around Black Americans. This is the result. Look how sad this man is. I mean, his nose got wider. I mean, it's disgusting. Look what happens when you be around Black Americans. Look at that. He has a receding hairline. He's losing his hair, bro. He's losing his hair. He's like, I'm sad. I'm depressed. I'm just talking to niggas all my life. Oh, I'm depressed. And they're like, they won't go out Latin America. Like, oh, these are my people. Oh. And it's like now they're complaining about Medellin being boring.
Look, the best thing I like doing in Medellin, and I've been to every little spot you could think of, is going to La Comuna 13. I go there all the time. I've been there 100 times, and I love it. But, yo, there's really not that much to do here. So, all right, you want a family to come here? All right, now you want them to drive 2 hours from Medellin to go do anything like paragliding, jet skiing. That's not there because they don't have any water. So what do you want the family to do here? Go to the mall? Go to, like, you know what I mean? Like, Medellin's a city where, like I said, there's not that much to do, but the best time in Medellin is at night. You know what I mean? To go party, dance, chill, festival, stuff like that. But for me, there's not that much to do here. So the customer that they're looking for, I don't see it. Because look, when I'm in Cartagena, I'll see a European family walking with their 3 little blonde kids and all that. Why? Because of the beach. Okay? So it don't matter. There's not that much to do in Cartagena either, but people spend their time at the beach. Somebody could spend 8 hours at a beach. You feel me? There's no water in Medellin. You know how many guys I see during the day in Medellin just walking around, have nothing to do with on a cell phone looking? Why? Because the nightlife is what they're waiting for. You feel me? They have nothing to do. You know what I mean? That's why I was always telling my guys that own places to do like day parties. Nobody's listening to me on that. I'm like, bro, whoever does a day party in Colombia will kill it. You feel me? Because a lot of guys have nothing to do during the day because there's not that much to do here. You know what I mean? So I don't know what type of tourists they're looking for, to be honest with you.
Because what kind of tourism? First of all, listen, buddy, Medellin, Colombia is the countryside. Okay, it's the countryside. These are basically a bunch of ranch people. What do you expect? Like, they do that. I don't know what kind of people they want to bring. Well, what do you think they want to bring? They want to bring people with money, and that's it. Well, the tourism, like, well, why do you care? Let me just try to explain to people about this again. Okay, these people are not here to entertain Americans. They're here because they know that you guys are thirsty. You're desperate, and you won't. And they know that you guys are going down there because you're looking for the women. That's what they everyone knows this. Like, you know, these guys keep saying we're the prize. We, you know, guys want to be like, they wish they were us, and you're just jealous because we get your women. Like, they don't understand that these women are fully aware that you're there for the women.
If I was them, I'd look on how I could work with tourists to be like, yo, like I said, there's legal brothels and stuff like that, man. You know what I mean? Like, it could be done in such a different way. You know what I mean? It could be done differently. Like, look at how in Thailand, you could go everywhere in Thailand, but everybody knows you going on that walking street or Thai Soy 6 or whatever, you know that's where it is. But I could go all where else and it's not going on over there. Exactly. Everybody knows a designated area, but the difference with Thailand is they know how to like really take control of that, right? One strip, they know how to control that. The difference is no one's dying. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. No one's getting drugged. That's the major difference. You feel me? That's why I could work in DR and all these places, because it's not, these crazy things aren't happening. Yo, the worst I hear in DR is like a choppy got a dude. She's like, I called the cops and he got, you know what I mean? He took his bread, but a lot of dudes ain't leaving there in a body bag. You feel me? Not only that, Dominican Republic's used to seeing blacks. You know what I mean? So a black guy going there looks like Jose right there. He looks just like, you know what I mean? So it's different, yo. It is a disconnect. There is a little bit of that black American guy and a Colombian guy. It's like, looking at him like, they're taking our girls and all this and that. A lot of guys that work in parqueyeras, they are guys that those pros that walk by there are so used to Americans. They look at Colombians like that. They're at the bottom of their shoe. Okay, so they can't even get those girls because they can't even afford to get them. So then you see where the resentment comes.
Yes.
I work in Parqueaderos all this time. This girl's like my coworker because I see her on the strip every day. She'll say hi to me, but she won't give me no play. You feel what I'm saying? She ain't gonna give me no play. You feel me? So then all of a sudden you like a girl, you really like her, or even girls they work with at the bars there. They're so used to dealing with Americans that a Colombian man to them ain't it. It's just not it. Because, and I'm not saying Colombian men are whack, no, they just not giving up the bread. It's as simple as that. You know what I mean? Yo, a woman wants to be taken care of, bro. I don't care where you live at, bro. They want the money, and everything costs, whether she's a pro or not. Everything's gonna cost. So nothing's free, bro. But that's the resentment they're getting, dog. You know what I mean? You're seeing guys come in, they feel like to them, it's like, oh, they're taking advantage, they come here having fun, and they take our women and They even mad that you send those women money. Like, why are you mad that I send my own money to a woman? If I want to send her my money, I'll send her my money. You know what I mean? They mad that they can't do it. It's as simple as that. Let's call a spade, bro. They're not. It's just a little bit of jealousy, and I can understand that.
Yeah, I'm so glad you said that, man, because people think I'd be crazy for saying these things, but it's because I feel like because you speak Spanish, I speak Spanish, so we're able to really understand these people. Yeah. And certain Colombian men, especially Colombian men, have the bad tendency to talk shit about you while you're around, thinking you're not going to understand it because you're American. Yeah, because I've heard what they've said, and I'm like, I didn't know it was like that. Yeah, but now I know, because when I was with that same girl I was telling you about in Colombia, a cute little Paisa girl, you know, guys were hating, and I was getting some weird stares. I think I told you the last time I interviewed you, I went to Guatapé on a boat, and this one freestyle singer, whatever, was singing nice things about every other couple there but me, because I'm an American guy dating a Paisa woman. Yeah. So he was like, oh, you need to use him for his visa and all this shit in Spanish, right? Thinking I wouldn't understand it. Yeah. And then when he saw the reaction that I had, because I felt disrespected. Yeah. Like, imagine you, Danilo, getting disrespected on your own birthday, bro. It's known it's your birthday. It's known. Everyone knows it's your birthday. And then homeboy over here knowing that will talk shit about you, saying, oh, yo, that girl that's with you, yeah, she's just using you for your visa, and she should use you for your visa. Yeah. And I'm like, bro, you're bugging. Yeah. And like I said, I just think it's similar to what's going on here in America, where, for example, here in America, like the 1% is getting the cream of the crop, like the rich guys, the Drakes and all those guys, celebrities, right? So a lot of the guys, like regular guys that are working regular 9-to-5 jobs or whatever, they feel a certain type of way. They're like, yo, like, how come I'm not getting her? Homegirl works in Walmart. She bad as hell, but she don't want me. She wants fucking Drake or J. Cole, whoever, right? I'm just mentioning random names. So it's similar to what's going on in Medellin specifically, to where you have some of these bad women, like baddies, that they may have gone to school with, maybe they work with, you know, and then they're seeing these same girls dating Americans, and these girls won't even like look their way.
Okay. This is something I'm about to tell you. This is why I'm laughing at this conversation. Okay, first of all, let's just stop right here. Let's just stop. Bro, look at your face. You're fucking ugly. Why would anyone be jealous of you? Like, you look like you ate 3 people last night. Like, that's how, like, I'm serious. Like, these guys gotta stop lying. Oh, they're jealous of us. No, they're not. You're not a good-looking guy. Like, you say, this guy say he's Dominican, right? These 2 dudes. Why not go to Dominican Republic, get a girl over there that's from your background? You're not doing that because you're rejects. That's why. Oh, because of American. That's why. And he referenced J. Cole and Drake. So I know he's more Negro identified than anything else. But I have to say this again. Bro. Oh, because we can get their women, and that's the reason why. No, that's not the reason why. The problem is that you guys don't like your women here. Whatever crap you're dating here. Okay, whatever. I mean, we have a lot of things. But let's be for real about this. You're not an attractive guy. You're not. I don't understand this. Most American men, they're not good-looking men. Let's just start right there. American men are not good-looking guys. Notice you talk about 9 to 5. So you talk about money then. So, I could get more play, and they told me to bang these women. Those girls are prostitutes that you're talking to. Those girls are like this idea, like I heard this guy, oh, they're chasing down black men everywhere. Oh yes, they are. They don't understand this. They really don't. The women, okay, let's say this again. The women that are down there, they're down there because you have money. That's it. Because you're giving, see this idea, oh, but these Latinas are desperate down there. They'll take anything for $2. Let's be for real about this. That's a lie because they don't want to tell the truth that how much money they actually spend on these chicks. It's a lot of money. Why do you think these girls are bragging about getting money from these guys? Because you know you guys are retarded. Like they don't understand that Americans, like these guys here are just like also. Now, I will give crap on this one. Yeah, American girls are not that great. We all understand that completely. We get that. We get that American women are not desired like around. We get that, and I heard that same thing about. I heard him say that you don't see foreign men going to the United States to get with American chicks. That's true. I will admit to that's true, because American women have a really bad reputation around the world. They really do. Okay, but at the same time, you shouldn't be talking either, because the thing is that a lot of American men, they don't realize this as well, is that American guys as a whole, they're not good-looking men. They're not. The thing about this, and I know these guys don't understand. I know these dudes. I've seen these type of guys. Why don't you go to DR in your hometowns? And this is what I'm trying to tell people again. It's because, I'm going to say this again, the Dominicans that are from their backgrounds are rejecting them because they know they're weirdos. They don't take them seriously. He goes to DR, Dominican girls not looking at him. And if they are, they're after their money. That's it. I'm gonna say this again about these kids. A lot of these, this is how I know these people are retarded. You do realize that you're going to Colombia, right? But you're not going to Dominican Republic. This is how I know that in as much they want to talk about Dominicans being so soft, like let's be for real. When they say it to me, kind of like that's not true. I've been around enough Dominicans know that they're really stubborn people, and if you don't follow in their lines, they will try to push you out. Because let's be for real about this. How much you want to bet these two people are not accepted amongst Dominicans, even in the United States? They're not accepted. You know how I know they're not accepted? Because why the fucking hell are you talking to Black Americans then? Because Dominicans don't want to talk to you. Why are you talking to white Americans? Because they don't want to talk to you. Why are you talking to other groups of people? Why not your own? Because they don't want to talk to them. That's how I know that they've been rejected. If you are from a Hispanic background and most of your friends are not Hispanic, you better question that immediately. That's why I keep telling people, like, that's not normal. Because if you, like, I met people that are like Hispanic, but all their friends are white. I look at that kind of weird, and you know right away what's happening with that. That's because he lost his culture. And that if he goes around other Hispanic people, he's going to feel awkward. That's how I know that they're rejected. And for them to say Colombia is jealous of this and that, that's not true. Why would they be jealous of a bunch of people going down to get prostitutes? You see how this works? You see how this works? I'm telling you, it's a sad situation, but it is kind of true. That's why I keep telling people, like, you know, this is a funny thing about that. Look, here's another one, another guy.
I was in Rio. Rio ain't got nothing on Fortaleza. Fortaleza, I feel now, nothing against Salvador Bahia, nothing against Recife and all them, but Fortaleza is the real Brazil compared to Rio. And I was talking cash trash. I was like, I ain't gonna like it. Da, da, da. And mind you, when I did Rio, I had a cougar that was trying to make me her boyfriend, and I was like, yeah, after we're done doing this filming in Fortaleza, man, I'm gonna go back to Rio and deal with my cougar and stuff like that. Man, I went to Fortaleza, got so many, girlfriends, side pieces, whatever. Man, I kept pushing it week, and then later on, I got so bad where I told the chick,
man, this is a mixed race, biracial man talking to this dude. You know something, Jaime Woods? I got a question if he's Dominican. I gotta question this because I'm hearing more and more talking with him. I do question he's actually full Dominican, but let's say he's Dominican because he say he's Dominican. I'm like, the way you talk doesn't even sound Dominican. But okay, so where's Bilal? So you got two unattractive guys talking about I got side pieces, I got bitches, I got a girlfriend, I got a cougar chasing after me, want to be a wife. Like, it's all this stuff that just is not realistic. Okay? Now, he says Sao Paulo's whack, Sao Bahia's whack, Rio de Janeiro is whack, but Fortaleza, that's the real Brazil.
I want to see how much she liked me. I said, yo, send me $500. And, and I was just messing. I wanted to see what she was saying. I said, send me 500 because me and my boy got to come back there. She said, I spent money on my mom because she's in the hospital. I felt bad because I'm like, damn, I didn't know that. She's like, yeah, if I didn't spend the money on my mom, I would have paid for you to come. So this shows you with the Brazilian women. And I was like,
whoa, that didn't show you anything. It sounded like a fucking lie right there. Is it weird that she didn't pay it because she has her mom's in the hospital? So she has to pay $500 for the bill over there. But, damn, I don't want to be mean, man. But I didn't get the money. But she said that she has to pay. I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. So you're telling a Brazilian chick to pay you $500, but mysteriously, out of randomly, that money went to the mom who's in the hospital. But if I did, I would have paid for it. You see, Brazilians care. Or it sounds like a bullshit story. That sounds kind of made up.
I'm not gonna lie. If she would have sent me a 500, I might have just made another excuse. I just gonna see it because I didn't think she had it, but she really had it. She just been on her mom that's in the hospital, so I felt bad about that. But at the same token, you got all these, different type of women. Fortaleza, the vibe is different. It's like Jersey Shore. I know you're from New Jersey. It's like Jersey Shore minus the attitude is more pleasant. Nothing against Jersey, you know what I mean? But it's and I'd say the same thing in North Carolina, that we have a beach like Jersey Shore. It's called Wilmington, right? I tell people what you think about Wilmington, like how people love it. Take that, but turn it where the food is healthier, the women are more approachable, and they look better and they got better tans. That's how Fortaleza is. So if you take Jersey Shore, have the water more bluer, food better for you, and the women are not giving that New Jersey attitude, and they got better tans and better looks and better personalities. That's Fortaleza, bro. Like it's just a vibe, man. And they got block parties during the weekend. And believe it or not, the block parties that are hitting are on Sundays. You would think Sunday, everybody going to work Monday. No, block parties on Sundays the most hitting. Like they so hitting, the people have to help the bar out to get some money. The people feel bad. They go in the bar just to buy the booze, just to help the bar out, because the bar ain't even hitting on nothing. They ain't get no money. The block parties, you buy booze on the street. You don't need to go to a bar. People just go in the bar just to help the bar out. Like, I know you ain't lit. We're going to help you get lit. You know what I mean? And plus, there's so many people. So that's another thing. But yeah, man, I love Brazil. It was definitely a game changer. I definitely want to check out Recife whenever I get a chance. But also, too, a lot of guys that are going to Rio, and I think we talked about this before, guys like, oh, yeah, we're never gonna we're not really seeing those baddies in Rio like we supposed to. We're not seeing that. Newsflash, I for all y'all looking at this, Fortaleza is where all them baddies go to, because a lot of Brazilians can't afford the Rio price. Us Americans can, because we got that American money. But Fortaleza is like the Brazilians' Rio. So a lot of Brazilian women that are bad, look good from places I can't even pronounce, I won't even try, Recife, all these places, they will come to Fortaleza to vacation, and that's where you'll see the real Brazil. That's why I said the real Brazil is in Fortaleza, because there's women in other parts of Brazil that can't afford Rio, so they'll never go to Rio. You know what I mean? And Fortaleza is easy to get to and close to their hometown, and it's more affordable. You know what I mean? And you'll save more money in Fortaleza than Rio. You know what I mean? And you don't have to worry about getting robbed or, beat up like in Rio. You know what I mean? Because that's the tourist trap Rio is. But shout out to Rio, though. You know what I mean?
You said a lot of good points. Like, I never really thought of it that way, because the thing is, you're right. Like, Rio is kind of like Brazil's Miami. It's super expensive, super touristy. These Brazilians, they're only making like a couple $100 a month.
Yeah.
And in Brazil, as you know, $100 on average, more or less, is what you're spending a day. So you're spending in one day what you make in a month. Yeah. So you're right. Like honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, it makes sense. Like a lot of these baddies and these locals would probably rather go to Fortaleza, where you have this, beautiful beaches, beautiful scenery, but for half the cost, a fraction of the cost. Yeah. And I actually went onto Airbnb out of curiosity, just because I wanted to see the Airbnbs. And I'm like, bro, these Airbnbs are better than Rio's, and they're cheaper. Because Rio got a bunch of rundown ass Airbnbs, old ass Airbnbs for like 1,000 plus. Fortaleza has like these beautiful state of the art, sophisticated, modern Airbnbs for half the price. So I'm thinking to myself, damn, like I definitely got to go to Fortaleza. And actually, I interviewed this one girl from Fortaleza, and she was probably one of the most beautiful women I've ever interviewed. Her name was Luna. She's from Fortaleza.
My city is Fortaleza, Ceará. My city has been beautiful beach, no beach. Beach and food Brazilian very well. Yeah, I like my city. It's beautiful, my city. Fortaleza is city. Ceará is state. Come to my city. My city is beautiful.
Shout out to Luna. She's watching this. And I'm thinking to myself, shit, I need to see more girls like her, because she bad as hell. And every time I meet a girl from Fortaleza, they bad. So I think you might be on to something there.
And they got that beach look. You know
that
what I mean?
Beautiful sun kid.
You know what's so funny? They got that beach look, but you guys look like whales. That's the thing that I understand. Like you guys are obese. Like I'm looking at your faces, like it's not that you're chubby or fat. No. You guys are literally obese. And it's whatever, but I like how the fact these guys keep talking about how they got the beach look, they got the look, but they don't understand, but you guys are huge in the face. And the thing about these guys don't understand is Fortaleza, like, that's a very dangerous city. The northeast region of Brazil is very dangerous. What is these guys talking about? I mean, yeah, there's some nice part, and I'm reading right now, like, like if you look at it right now, like it's crazy, but I mean, if you look at the most violent cities in Brazil, like it says it right there. Like, I don't understand why they keep saying this. They're like, oh, that's not true. Like, are you sure about that? Like, the city is not bad, but I don't know how to describe this to people, but it is kind of fucked up to even hear these guys talk about this stuff. Bro, it's a dangerous place to go to. I don't know why you guys gotta lie. Like you do realize that the area around those places are very dangerous. Like, oh no, they go there because of beachfront property. It's like, okay, like, trust me, a lot of guys here need to lose weight too, including me. But like, my God, yo, you guys are huge. It's like, yo, like, man, like, I don't know if they can last long with my work. I was working a lot today, but man, these guys are big, and they will talk about how, you didn't look good. I'm like, bro, look at you guys. You shouldn't be talking.
His skin,
yeah,
I love it. That's what I love about Brazil. They
dudes was hating. I know when I send them videos, them crazy videos, and you be like, "Yeah, the GOAT." Man, you don't know how many dudes was hating on that.
That's how
I had family members like, yo,
because you pay these women, bro. Look at your faces, dude. Listen. Let me explain to you about Milano. This guy literally is obese. Like, oh, they're hating on me. You're paying these women. He on record says he's paid prostitutes. That's how I'm telling you. These guys just don't want to accept this. That's how I know these guys are lying to people. Oh, they want me so bad. They do. They really, really do. They want me. My features. I'm like, what features? There's so many hot girls everywhere. Yes. I'm gonna be honest with you, these people are kind of dangerous. These places are very, very dangerous. Not the same thing.
The trend is the bandwagon that
any man that's attracted to the average BOK woman is borderline rainbow. Any man that's attracted to the average BOK woman is borderline rainbow.
Well then, I guess I am a rainbow, a big, old, gigantic, enormous, eclipsing rainbow. Oh, gigantic, enormous, eclipsing rainbow. Big, old, gigantic rainbow. A big, old, I guess I am a rainbow. I guess I am a rainbow. A big, old, gigantic, enormous, eclipsing rainbow. I don't know what's in the water that people are drinking today, but I've been seeing it more and more often than before. But it appears that disliking black women is the trend.
Not a trend,
it's the
bro. It's a
bandwagon that
lifestyle.
everybody want to jump on.
What
But
are you
y'all know
talking
me.
about?
I don't care about trends, hashtags,
Yes, you do.
bandwagons. I ride my own. In other words, I love black women.
No, you
I
don't.
think in 2026, it pisses people off, especially when a non-black man says it. The amount of Becky's in my DMs talking all kinds of ish. Oh, what do you mean you prefer black women? What's your problem?
Wait. Hold up there, Ricardo. Hold up. So you mean to tell me you prefer black women and randomly these mysterious white women, Becky shows up and telling you, why do you prefer black women? You know, people have got, they gotta stop lying to people. Like, that right there is not even true. Why would Becky care about some dumbass Mexican American who lost his culture, who has a thing for quote unquote black girls? Cough, not bullshit, allegedly, right? Why would Becky care?
The amount of DMs that I get from Becky's, you would think my DMs would be flooded with Latinas. No. It's the Becky's expressing all kinds of frustration, anger, because a couple of months ago,
If it was a flood of Becky's, why don't you show the receipts then? Show them what they say.
I made a video that's called Why I Prefer Black Women. One day, I may make a video reading all those DMs. But for now,
you should.
Let's continue with the bullshit.
What do you find feminine about a strong, independent woman that weighs more than you who cosplays a drag queen? She don't even like being her natural self. What are you into in there?
Wait. Hold up there, Negro. Wait a minute. Hold up there, Negro. Wait a minute. I'm a little confused about this. How are you being anti-black? How are you saying that Latinos are anti-black, but then the Negro is criticizing his women's hair, masculinity? I'm gonna repeat this again. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna hear this again one more time. Look at that Negro's face.
Who cosplays a drag queen? Feminine about a strong, independent woman that weighs more than you who cosplays a drag queen. She don't even like being her natural self. What are you into in there? Everything that I just named is everything but fucking feminine, man. If anything, at best, is pseudo-feminine. If anything, is pseudo-femininity. It's the fakest form of femininity ever. They're not even tapped into their natural selves where they can exemplify who they were naturally born to be. This is insane, man. This is so outside of nature, and we have normal
websites your competitors don't want you to know.
Wait, hold up.
The hell up. Look, I'm going to tell all guys that feel like this. If there's a woman out there in the world that makes you feel feminine and or like she is more masculine than you, more manly than you, she is not the problem. The problem is that you are a little bitch. The fact that you can see a woman, any woman of any race, of any height, of any weight, and feel like she is too masculine, then you are a little bitch. You're wimpy. You are too feminine for this woman. I have never in my life come across a single woman ever that has made me feel feminine and or like she is too masculine for me. What kind of man or lack of a man would I be to feel like any woman on the planet is too masculine or more masculine than me? There is no ands, ifs, or buts. You have got to be the wimpiest bitch made on the planet. Now, with that said, to be specific, since he is talking about the average black woman, let's go back real quick.
Any man that's attracted to the average BOK woman is borderline rainbow. What do you find feminine about a strong, independent?
All right. Now, here's the problem with that statement. The average black woman. How do we determine what the average black woman is? Do we go based on your particular environment in your hood where you were raised? Are you judging all black women based on the ratchets that live in the same projects that you do? And does that include your sister and your mama?
Yes.
If you look at the black women in your family that I'm sure are also the average black women, do you look at them in disgust?
Yes.
Because they're so masculine?
Yes.
Too strong for you? Too heavy? Or how do we determine what the average black woman is? Because I could easily turn around and say the same thing about every other race of women, not only in this country, but in this planet. Every race of people has their ratchet, has their broken, has their hood, has their filth, has their ghetto, and has their negativity. But the problem is that women of all other races are not defined by their ghetto, ratchet, and hood rats. And also, everything that black women are frowned upon and demonized for, women of other races are glorified and put up on a pedestal for. For example, a black woman gives you an attitude. Oh, she's too aggressive. She's too masculine, too strong for me. But if a Latina gives you that same attitude, all of a sudden it's, ooh, that's a spicy Latina. That's sexy. And you can apply the same hypocritical double standard logic or lack thereof to everything else. Everything that a black woman is looked down upon, frowned upon, and demonized for, women of other races are almost worshipped for.
What?
And that is the reason why I have a problem with videos like these. And it's sad when the condemning of black women come from black men. How do you get on camera so proudly and tell the world women of our race ain't shit?
Because they're anti-black and you don't want to tell them that to their faces. That's why you want to tell that Latinos are anti-black when the face of anti-black is coming from black American males. Like, they're the ones trying to have lighter skinned mixed children. They're the ones that don't like being themselves. The thing, that's why I look at him comical. It's like, no. And another thing too, like, as much as you criticize, and it's the same guy that says, if you don't like black women, you're racist. Doesn't make any sense. You just sat there and criticized white women like they're not, I don't want to date them. But then at the same time, someone doesn't want to date black women, they're racist. But then the one that are black that don't want to date black chicks, you don't call them racist. You don't say anything.
What other race of men do you know do this? None other. Only you. The amount of educated, professional Black women that are go-getters, entrepreneurs in this country alone far outweigh the ratchets. But yet,
Okay, so why, if that's the case, why no one wants to marry them? Why no one wants to marry them? If this was okay, if this is the case, why so many Black women are single? And why is it that when it comes to racism men, they're dead last when it comes to their options? Like no one wants to pick these chicks marriage. Do you want to know why? Because the thing about it, they have a bad attitude problem. They're not wife material, and the fact is that they're just not that attractive looking. Black American males are fully aware of this conversation. That's why they too want to date out.
the small percentage of broken Black women are not only what the macro American media chooses to grab and portray as if this is who Black women are. And not only does the macro media in this country love to marginalize and demonize the Black woman, but then here comes Black guys like these to join in as the white man kicks the Black woman down. Here you come to join them, so to speak. The problem here is that individuals like that, they blame Black women are commonly raised by a single mother, and the single mother oftentimes neglected them, resulting in a shitty childhood. And these kids grow up and hate their Black mama. And you have the right. You shouldn't be obligated to love somebody that abused you. But where you go wrong is that the resentment that you have for your Black mother, you take it out on all Black women. That's the problem. Go get some therapy, learn to heal from the neglect and abuse that you suffered by the hands of your mother. That way, you don't have to hate all Black women for your pain and for your childhood traumas. The end.
Oh my goodness. You see this shit? You see this crap right here? That tells you the level of bullshit coming out of his fucking mouth. Let me just try to explain people more about that. And this is something that's even worse. Most of these guys that are talking like this shit, they're lying to people. They really are lying. Let me just hindsight all this conversation. Do you want to know why Black Americans are doing this? Because they don't like being Black. Notice how quickly, oh, you want to bash. Like, no, but you know that they're colorists. That's the part that they don't want to talk about, is that they're colorists, that they're anti-Black, that they don't like being Black. Like, it's just like, like, they want to date out. Hey, man, them the spice, and that's what happened here. And this is what's happening in America. That's what happened here in America, y'all. And this is what happened. White supremacy. All that weird talking points. All that weird shit. Oh, there's a trend. There's a trend. Black women with white men fail. Well, yeah. Of course it's gonna fail. What's that Love Island shit, right? That whole thing where they're like, oh my god. Oh my god, yes, it's so true. They really do want to be like us. Something was so comical about this shit? I'm noticing more about this. Like, why is it that I type in white people on TikTok, I get nothing but like so many videos from Black people? Microaggression. Ew, look at these people. Ew. Ew, dear white people, you know how it is, white people. You know what's so funny? Here we go. Oh yeah, Quiet on the Creek deal. I heard it's AI generated, but that's funny.
Common thing, like white guys asking, like, have you ever been with a black guy or like that? But I've never had one stand on business like this where he's like, oh, like that's a deal breaker, like I can't talk to you anymore because I just think that's disgusting. And saying that it's not racist, that it's just a preference. But I think it's racist because why does what I've done and
Dad used to say this. You can't beat.
You know what's so funny about this?
trying.
You know what's so funny about this stuff? Like, this goes to show you about this. I've been seeing nothing but videos like this. If you just type in white people, I've been noticing as well too. You see all these videos from black people, like, and they turn around and start saying, "Oh no, racism." I just type in white people. That's what I get. Look.
Y'all, white people are really crazy. Well, I just came from an appointment at Tiffany's, right? And I get in the elevator, I'm done with my appointment, I'm leaving. And this white lady in the elevator was like, oh, do you work here? What? Like, how rude is that? She was like, oh my God, you just look so comfortable here. Girl, that does not mean that I work here, girl. Y'all, white people are really crazy. Well, I just came from an appointment at Tiffany's.
So wait a minute. They didn't call the police, say, ma'am, are you working here, guy? No. She assumed that you probably worked there. What's wrong with that? You see, and this is like all this shit, man. If you look, you just tell me white people, it's like who is that chick, the Love Island one, the Love Island interracial thing that they're promoting? Like, this is why I keep telling people, who's that interracial couple again? That's white. Because this is the funny thing about these people. They want. Ew.
Experience, like when we walk into a restaurant and there might be like eyes, and you can just feel the eyes on you, which is not something I've ever experienced before. Or like going abroad, I have to look at what country.
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not reading all that. Too much yapping. Because at the end of the day, one time is a coincidence. After the first time, it's a pattern. 3 times, y'all are doing it 3 times. That's a pattern, bro. Y'all have to learn that everything's not a coincidence and they just happen to be interracial. 3 times is a pattern. And it shows. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not reading all that. Too much.
Wow, look at this.
I just know we're living in Trump's America because there's no way that 2 different Black Love Island stars have come out about their racist boyfriends in the span of 2 weeks. 2 weeks. There is something sinister in the air that I feel, and I know y'all feel it too.
Let me tell you right now. Here's the thing about this. It is so weird that I want you to understand this. It's so weird that to say this stuff. Oh, what was the problem? So you're telling me the problem with Love Island, with Live Island, is black women were complaining there weren't enough black women. Okay. So this is the part. Okay, so Love Island is the Love Island USA thing, right? So I'm a little bit confused about this. So you're on a show that's predominantly a bunch of white guys and white women, and black women want to be more black women on the show so they can get with white dudes on the show. But the funny thing about this is that they're the same people that will turn around and talk about Latinos being pro-white, want to be white so bad. But at the same time, we're literally seeing the female negress begging producers to get more black women on the show to get with brads.
Okay, I am in the middle of watching Love Island, the season finale, and I just had to pause and say what I was thinking really quick. But was watching Carl and Anaya's last/first date, and it was so beautiful. Like, I feel like Anaya already had kind of a crazy journey with the whole KC of it all, and so
I'm sorry, I can't consume this shit. I can't.
I am also painfully aware that my take on Kenzie is nothing new, and that black women have, in fact, been screaming this from the rooftops for decades, probably centuries. And I think personally, it comes from this place of protection. When a black woman is warning a black man about dating white women, I don't think there are some that I think probably their man went out and cheated with a white girl, and there's kind of there's some more issues at hand. But for the most part, I think it comes from this place of protection, because when they look at a black man, like I feel like they see part of themselves, right? You share this experience of what it is to be black in America, first off. And to know that you may be coming home after a day of work or whatever, or like, again, just like what it is to have your own struggle, and to the thought that you might be with somebody who doesn't understand you or understand that struggle and know how to like lift you up, know what to say, know how to be in your corner. And beyond that, I think black women come into contact with these type of white women all the time. Like, you're more apt to talk to a person of the same sex than the opposite. They are in real time. Probably, this is the scenario I picture. They meet a white girl. They think, ugh, I'll give her a try. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. And then they become friendly. And then it happens. Then there is the moment that you're like, yes, you are that kind of a white person. And they have these experiences day in and day out. That is what they're warning you about, is when you do start to kind of peel back the onion layers of like life experience. And
okay, here's the problem with this conversation. Okay, I'm a little bit confused about this. So let me get this straight. Why are black men having sex with white women then? Why are they doing that? Because they don't like being black. That's the part that no one wants to talk about. There's black American male that's not like being black. Okay? He's not proud of his blackness. Hell no. Hell to the no. He is not proud of being black. That's why they get all emotional. They get all horny. They get like, we got to talk about anti-blackness. We got to talk, but they don't, but yet at the same time, you're having sex with these women. Stop that hatred. Stop that nonsense. You're anti-black. Look at you. I keep telling this a lot, all this time about this. Like, it's just like embarrassing to say this, but like, Americans is like that. I mean, it's just crazy to even argue with these people. Like, there's so much information left and right about that. So I'm still again lost by this. Where is this coming from? Like, seriously, where is this coming from? Why are you guys keep bringing about anti-blackness and racism and all this stuff? But the Negroes trying to date out. You know what I mean? Like, like they're really obsessed with these people. Ah. Haven't you noticed that? Americans, they're trying to say, oh, white supremacy. You want to align yourself with white supremacy. Okay, then if they're trying to align themselves with white supremacy, then why are you trying to date with these people? Why are you dating Latinas and Negro? Why are you trying to date white guys? Like, that's the thing about it. Like that's the part that I don't understand. Like, why? It's so crazy. It's some crazy times, folks. I mean, like they try to do that trend, right? How is it that Latinas are trying to be white so bad, right? They're trying to be white, but then they, at the same time, they're the ones being told, like, I'm sorry to say this, but why are black women cheering on for them to get with white dudes? If you're, but at the same time, you're the same people that are saying that Latinos want to be white so bad and want to be white adjacent, but you're trying to date white American males. I don't understand that. I never understood this concept about fighting white supremacy. How are you trying to fight white supremacy, but at the same time, and then you got some black chicks like, I don't want to get no white guy, they're not my cup of tea. I'm like, which is fine, but but the thing about black women in this country, they still don't get this. Why aren't you not focusing on the fact that your black men hate your guts? Why do you think you got these white chicks say, "Oh my God, we have to study internal racism going on here"? I'm like, no, they literally they don't like being black. That's the part that I don't understand. It's like you guys just sat there and said you just don't like being black, which is weird to me. I don't understand that. You know what I mean? It is a weird time about black Americans. Like, actually lay out all the cards of this black American male, it doesn't make any sense to me. So you got a white chick saying, "Oh my God, I understand why black women don't want us dating white black men," and the history behind it. The better question is, why are you getting with him to begin with? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, clearly as day, like you ladies have some issues. You know, this is why I told you all the time about these people, about like, this is why I keep telling people about this. If you just look into this, it's absolutely insane. Video after video after video after video. Like, it's crazy with these people from Black Americans. Like, if you look at the comments here, if you go look at this, it's like, Black Americans, man, they say we're not obsessed over you guys. I think you guys are. Like, if you just type in, like, even stuff like this, I mean, my God, like, look at this. Look at this. It tore racism and self-hate in the Latino community, 500-year history. Racist Hispanic upset they are being exposed. Rasa racism will not be in our culture. Brothers pull up on anti-black Latino after he got out of line with a sister. 6ix9ine reacts and says Latinos don't exist. This is absolutely insane. It's just colorism and all that stuff. My God. Latinos outrage blacks are silent, ignoring their struggles. Latino identity, race, ethnicity, and perception. Explore the conversation about Latino identity, race, and ethnicity in the United States. Is we deliver into, like, racism in the Latino community, why blacks don't care about racist Latinos being deported. Black Americans shocked to learn Latinos are racist. Racial tension between blacks and Mexicans, SoCal. 3 ways workers were experiencing Latino racism at work. List goes on. Latinos have a hard time believing that millions are anti-black. Hispanic, racist Hispanic man tried it in Florida. Then this happens. Like, you see this on and on and on. Like, my goodness. Like, it's something else, man. Like, it's like racist Latino text leaf in GOP. Brothers expose job Hispanics for being racist against job seekers. Mexican man admits that Latinos hate the blacks but love the whites. It gets more and more and more like, it is absolutely insane coming from this community, man. Like, they keep saying to people that no, we're not obsessed over these people. Yeah, you guys are. I'm looking at all these videos. Like, you guys clearly are obsessed with these people. wow, like, you know, racist Latinos too racist to take advice from Black Americans now want to riot and burn the flag. But Negro, you burn the flag. Sister mad at Latinos for warning Black Americans. In fact, this lady right here, man, I mean, my goodness.
Hello, everyone.
Brilliant.
I am Demetra K, and I hope that you are having a great day. Thank you for joining me on the African Diaspora News Channel, where you can find me Tuesday through Thursday, 11 a.m. Central Time. Again, Tuesday through Thursday, 11 a.m.
Black people do not support illegal businesses. This is LA. So look, all the black people that are in other cities and states, don't let this happen. Chicago, don't let this happen. New York, don't let this, well, New York, y'all already overrun. It's ridiculous. Black people do not support illegal businesses. This is LA. So look, all the black people that are in other cities and states, don't let this happen. Chicago, don't let this happen. New York, don't let this, well, New York, y'all already overrun. Atlanta, don't let this happen. Don't let your city get overrun with illegals. Because look at this. It's ridiculous. It's all good, though. That's why we cannot allow for black space to be invaded. Because this is what will happen. This is what will happen. Now buy some black chicken. Go buy some black chicken. Don't support this illegal, man. Yeah, all day. The Mexican said black power. I don't know if you're being funny or what, but anyway, the black power is with the black dollar. That's where you find the black power. You don't find black power supporting other groups like this picket line crosser there.
All right. So again, that was Brandy Kane illustrating to us a portion of Los Angeles and what is going on. Now, for those of y'all who may think, well, you can do that, right? It's okay to do what you're doing. And it is not. I'm going to tell you what they need to in order to sell food or any of that kind of stuff. So it says you need a valid Los Angeles County public health permit, a City of Los Angeles sidewalk vending permit, and a state seller's permit. It says workers handling the food also must have a valid California food handler's card. Okay. So it also is said that there's about 50,000 vendors, I think they said, in Los Angeles, and about 10,000 of them are food vendors. And it says the vast majority of them are illegal immigrants, with most of them being women. Okay. Now you might notice that one of them toward the end, I guess she was kind of, fashioning a tortilla or something like that. She didn't have no gloves on. Now, in all fairness, I don't know what their legal status is, but something tells me they're probably not there legally. Okay. But just for the sake of transparency, I don't really know. But to her point, she said, Atlanta, she said it was kind of too late for New York, but she is warning everybody. Chicago, we know Chicago got their own issues, which is why you have Chicago flips red, because they was like, oh, hell no. the black politicians and the Democratic Party in general they're very welcoming, especially when Biden and them were in office, to illegal immigrants, right? Whether they were flown over there, whatever it is. And it is said that they are about $1 billion in debt. Okay. Now, of course, they're saying, well, it has something to do with this, that, and the other, but we ain't stupid. Like I said, I'm not great with numbers, but I know how to count. And something tells me if you're welcoming in a whole bunch of illegal immigrants, you're putting them up in housing, they're getting money, food, and all the other things. Yeah, that costs money. But the other thing, like when Chicago flips red, they said, we're going to flip this mug red because of the benign neglect of the Democratic Party, who always tells, in a sense, right, Black Americans, no, right? But then we turn around and see y'all do stuff for everybody else. So I also want to say to my dear sister Brandy, yeah, your approach maybe could have been a little bit more softer around the edges, but did y'all get the message, right? The message is the same. But so nevertheless, they're mad. And I will tell you right now, some of them have started to come in my inbox, but you know what? My heart don't pump no Kool-Aid. And I'm going to tell you something else. I saw some of y'all out there talking about you going green light my homegirl, but and y'all know what green light is, right? That means they're going to try to unalive you. Well, guess what? We got your IP addresses. So yeah, when you green light, just know they gonna know where to come find you at, since that's how y'all talking on the internet, talking about y'all want to take somebody's life because they expressing their opinion. But I want y'all to pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. That's how they get down. See, that's why I wore my shirt today, Black owned, because not only do white folks, Latinos, Asians, and everybody else, they think they own Black people. Do y'all think about that? They think they own you to where they can.
Wait. Hold on there, Negro. Hold on a second here. This is why I enjoy this. This is the part that I don't understand this. Okay, they think they own you. No one's trying to own you, people. They're all kind of running away from you. No one wants to deal with Black Americans. And by the way, that lady is going to Hispanic places. Like, oh, don't let this happen to you. I'm like, okay, but you're the one purposely being around these places that's full of Hispanic vendors. Why don't you support Black-owned vendors? Go buy black chicken. Go buy black chicken. Then go do it then. Let's just go. This is what I'm trying to tell about Black America. And this lady, I mean, if you look at the videos this lady's been making, I mean, that's what her name was. That's her name. The Metro. Like her, this lady here, I'm typing in. Like, there's so many videos about like this lady makes video after video. Look, anti-Black tour guide shows this white Walmart in America, right? Brothers says Asian Arab beauty supplies plot to destroy his businesses. A Latino teamed up with Asians to mock Blacks for boycotting Asian businesses. Now, better yet, let's go to her lives. Latino says immigrants are the culture of LA and should be left alone. Latino man is used anti-Black term at a town hall while speaking out against data centered, I guess. Black man charged with hate crime of a Latino sentenced to life in California. A white OnlyFans model gets 6 years for unaliving her Black boyfriend. Okay. Them folks, Mexican shut the bill are checked. Haitian shackled with ankle cause outrage due to slavery symbolism. You see, is more. Karen barely. Good Lord. It's just so much, man. It is like, good Lord. Asian man says they're not obligated to give back to the Black community. Of course they're not. That's the. where are the Black American workers? And it's like so much. It is so much, man. It is like, if you look at it, it's funny as fuck. This lady has so much videos, so much. It's like, you white piece of shit. You think who do you think you are, bitch?
Hello, everybody. It's me, Demetra K. Hope that you are having a great day. Thank you for joining me and Donovan, the recovering Democrat Sadiq, also known as the Black Yul Brenner. Again, roaches and just a whole host of other things into the community. And I've seen videos, right, of that happening, whether it's in Los Angeles or okay. So he's basically saying to the brother, hey, I guess he felt like, and maybe there's a longer video, I really couldn't find it, but maybe the brother was saying something, some things that would have him push back on him talking about the illegal immigrants. But he was basically saying that the street vendors are the culture of LA. And, they feed, as I was just reading, a lot of families, and they are the culture. It's LA. Now, I know LA to be a whole lot of things. Our vendors, street vendors, are part of it. Yes, they kind of always have been, but to the point that they are now, I would think one would say, yeah, it's getting out of hand or whatever. But see, the problem that I have with the Latinos guys' argument is that forget that they're not here legally. They're just hardworking, and they should be left alone. Now, I looked, and street vending does aid in the garbage that is left behind, whether it's food waste, it's plastic, paper, whatever it is, right? Overflowing bins. So that is a problem. Now, is that the only reason why Los Angeles is disheveled? No, it's not, but it does aid to that. But I would think the brother's larger point is that
which is worse, Mexicans selling tacos, overflowing trash bins, or Black people on Skid Row doing cracked up cocaine, attacking random people. You know something? Now I'm gonna say this. You know something? Now I'm here. Here's the thing that I don't like about this stuff. Here's the thing. This is the same people. Wait, hold on. Didn't the Black guy attack a white woman while she was jogging and beating her up? You right? Like, haven't you noticed Black Americans do not want to review that video? Like, haven't you noticed that? Like, they don't want to say a word about that. They want to talk about Latinos and they say an N-word. Okay, which is worse? Someone saying the N-word to you, or someone attacking someone at a randomly? That's the part that I don't understand. Like, I'm gonna get that image over there. I'm gonna try to find that video of that black, a black man attacking yeah, this is the one, right? Where was this stuff? Like, where, I forgot. Let me see this. I'm trying to find the video. Hold on. It was a white lady, right, from Charlotte. And the funny thing is that no one said a word about it. And you know something about this is something I was trying to. Oh, Brianna, it happened. They were fighting to not release the perp's identity. No, I don't know Brianna Cooper. Brianna, I'm gonna go look on TikTok. Hold on. I'm gonna go look it up. Hold on, saying Cupper. Who is this lady? What happened to her? Oh, now I can see it. Let me see this. Hold on.
Mugshot, but I think that's a picture of what the guy actually looks like. And of course, the liberals are in the comments trying to save this guy. She says, or I think it's a fake account, but it says Black Lives First. Please delete this post. Please delete this and post without his photo. We don't want any racist comments.
Okay.
When Sean Laval Smith walked in, Brianna had a bad feeling, texting.
Justice will never.
Okay.
I received this comment on a recent video that I did regarding the attack on Irina Zaruska. The person who left this comment, which I totally appreciate this comment, also mentioned that they identified some similarities between what happened to Brianna and what happened to Irina. Just a quick backstory on Brianna Kupfer. She was a 24-year-old young lady who was working in a furniture store in Los Angeles. And this attack happened at 1:30 in the afternoon. Brianna was the only person in the store at that time, which was the norm. There were occasions where Brianna would be in that store alone. So let's first hit on the similarities. Both random, isolated events using an edged weapon, a knife. Single victim, meaning the attacker didn't then turn that weapon onto other people. Also, no history of stalking. The attacker had no prior knowledge or information of the two victims, Brianna or...
Okay, let me just say this.
This woman's life was just ended in a random attack while working in an LA furniture store. So Brianna Kupfer was working.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is the hypocrisy of this stuff. Okay, so let me get this straight. You are harassing street vendors that could be here. They're illegal immigrants. Okay. And you want to make videos about that. Someone called you the N-word, but then this happens and you don't want to say a word. See, this is how I know Black Americans, what they do is they pick and choose storylines, which is understandable like anyone else. They don't understand that whether they like this or not, this is just the truth. They need to stop with this whole white women want them, because it is kind of annoying that you keep saying this stuff. Most white women, they don't want to be with Black guys. Okay? That's just the reality. That's just the reality. They don't want to get with Black guys like that. That's not what's happening in California or anywhere else. So this is why I keep telling this about Black Americans as a whole. Like she's just confused about the street vendors as bad Black empowerment. But you have Skid Row, and that's predominantly black men. Which is worse? A bunch of illegals cooking for you food, or a bunch of Black people on drugs attacking people, stealing stuff nearby? Oh yeah, by the way, they are feeding them. But you are aware of these street vendors that you criticize. You do realize that they're feeding these poor black people, and because they're harassing people. So what they do is, here's some tacos, here's some quesadillas, eat this. Now just leave me alone. Just kind of like don't harass people. Just get food because they want food, and just give it for free. But like that goes to show you this, but you're not hearing that. What you get is like, man, black man, white women love black men. They just love the black man. Our physique. I'm like, oh God. Oh, I love the black man. Mm-mm-mm-mm. My preference has always been the black man. And you know what? Listen, let me say something to you again about this stuff. This is something about social media that people just don't understand this. This is just the reality of it. Listen, I don't want to be mean, but this is just the truth. Who cares if white women like you or not? It's not a big deal. Okay? It's just not a big deal. The problem that people have with black Americans is the fact that you guys commit a lot of crimes and you spread those crimes to other ethnic groups. But then in return, what black Americans rebuttal is, you're coming to us, you think you own us. And I'm thinking to myself, what are you talking about? No one wants to be around you guys. Who wants to be around black Americans? No one. Like, no one wants to be around black Americans. Like, really, just like it's a fantasy they have in their brain. They really do. They got this weird fantasy they have. And it's like it gets worse, and like they get all emotional, they get all horny. They really, it's really what happened with the black the black man, you said something. I remember black people online say the stabber was a most likely Mexican. But here's the thing. When was the last time a Mexican stabbed a white chick? Now, I can understand the Mexican stabbing another Mexican. I can see domestic violence from a Mexican to a Mexican woman or a Hispanic woman. But how many times do you see it in an interracial conversation? Like a Mexican man, like trying to stab a white chick. Like, that's the part that I don't understand. Like, when did that doesn't happen? This is the thing I keep talking about black Americans. The problem is not the fact you commit crimes. That's not the problem. The problem is you spilled the crime into other ethnic groups. And it's what everyone's an issue with you guys. And you turn around and you try to say, you don't own us, and you don't respond, oh, you own Arab stores and in black spaces. And I'm like, there's a difference between Arabs owning stores and you trying to shoot someone. It's not the same thing. It's not. You own, look, a lady who's illegal trying to sell tacos nearby a Target you can say it's a crime or it's a, whatever, but that's entirely different when a black American male gets a gun and tries to shoot someone and calls, and which is worse, selling tacos and loitering and get a violation and possibly an illegal immigrant and get, hey, there's some, shut this down because there's food, festation going on here, or the fact that you got black Americans robbing places in like Target and all the other spots. Which is worse? Because something, black Americans, they don't think they don't know what's going on. You do realize these companies are leaving your communities because they're done with the robbery. And it's like, and they turn around. And by the way, here we go again. Here we go again. If this is the thing about Black Americans. So let me get this again. So white women, being this stuff right here, right?
Sidewalk, where two women were caught in a disturbing encounter captured on video. One woman was injured during the alleged assault, while another was escaped. The footage is difficult to watch, so this report focuses on the moments before and after the incident, rather than showing the violence itself. The suspect is 32-year-old Dequan Shafar Hunt. According to reports, Dequan Shafar Hunt
Dequan. That's his name. Dequan Shafar Hunt. Wow, look at this guy. Wow, he's angry. He's really angry. Give me that. Give me that. Wow. That's kind of scary, dude. Yeah, you know what's comical about this is that let me explain how this works, Negro. Is this? I'm not denying there's no violence against women in other communities. That's across the board. This is even amongst the beaners too. I'm not denying this. Okay, we have murderers, we got rapists and all that stuff. That's in our communities too. Here's the problem. I'm gonna say this again with Black Americans. Listen, the whole Brianna thing, Cooper, whatever her name is, that's a sad thing that happened. The last time, I don't know where she's working at, but the last time I checked, I'm assuming it was in a predominantly white area. So here we go again. If you're going to sit there and tell me about white supremacy and talk about how white people are racist people, why are you going to places that's predominantly white? If I knew that white Americans were anti whatever, I wouldn't. The last thing I will do is be around them. You guys purposely go to these places and cause problems. Now, this is what North Carolina, Charleston, like maybe South Carolina, the Carolinas, I think. This is practically, I'm assuming, a white area. It's not a black area. It's a white area. So you're walking around dropping N-bombs and attacking women for no reason. You got a bad day. I don't know what it is. And I'm not saying he's not doing his own community. He probably did. He's probably assaulted many black women in his community, in this country. That's a sad situation. But here we go again. If you feel like there's anti-blackness coming from white people in this country and the racist towards the legacy of slavery, why are you going around these places? What are you doing? I mean, it's crazy.
for? Y'all doing that for no reason.
Breaking news from Charlotte, North Carolina. Local police are urging all residents to stay on high alert as a dangerous suspect remains at large across the city. Authorities have identified him as Dequan Shafar Hunt.
That's
I thought I was done talking about this guy, but what do you know? It does in fact get worse. I'm going to give you guys a second to read this.
Newly obtained Mecklenburg County court records show connection with violent assault was expensive history, including multiple assaults, domestic violence related cases. Court included assault on female, multiple domestic violence, protected order violations, breaking or entering, injury to personal property, proper probation violations. Oh, here's the thing about this again. If they have all this shit on this record, why releasing these people? Yeah, I mean, are there black people that are innocently in jail that need to get the fuck out? Of course they should. But this is the one you're supposed to put inside. It's like, yeah, that's weird.
You still talking? You still talking, July?
Breaking news from Charlotte.
You still talking?
A disturbing
Mi gente, si ustedes caminan.
You still talking?
Oh wow. And you know something? What's kind of sad about this is that here's the thing about black. Here's the part that here's the thing that people just don't understand about this is that as much as black Americans are trying their best to make this social media thing about anti-blackness, you know, follow white supremacy, you know, a bunch of bullshit. Here's the part that I don't understand is why is it that I'm seeing so many reports of black men assaulting white women? Notice right away, if you start to do your research, go look at the locations that they're assaulting them. They're not assaulting them in the black areas where Becky's running around in the black. No, they're assaulting these women in the white areas. That means his black ass got up, said, I'm going to go to a white area and cause havoc. Like, come on now. But I thought white Americans were anti-black. What? See, that's the part that I don't understand because they're telling me that I'm trying to be white. I'm trying to be pro. You saw with your oppressors, Cam, and you with your white supremacy talking points. But at the same time, you're the ones going to white spaces and causing problems. But you keep telling me that you want to be white adjacent. But the thing is that that's the thing with what you told me. The lady that got that unalive in the furniture store or whatever. You went to her location that's predominantly white. This is the part that I try to tell people. I'm not saying there's no murderers in our communities because there is, especially the beaters. But this is the thing you don't understand. Mexicans in Cal, and I don't know, Lauren Miller, you female, you want to say this. I don't think you see a lot of beaners getting up and saying, I gotta go to these white places that hate my guts and try to go after somebody. I'm not saying it happens. Obviously, it was a Night Stalker. Like, I can think about that guy, but I'm gonna be honest with you, like, you don't see that. Now, if it's amongst their own people, their own community, I can definitely see that. Assaults, harassment, domestic violence, I can see that if it's amongst their own. But like, that's the thing about a lot of Hispanic people. They don't understand. They don't really try to. Any issue they have in our communities, we can't keep it in house. We don't really try to push that shit other places because, first of all, it's embarrassing. Number two, number three, it's like it's a personal thing. We have to fix the problem. And number four, we're not looking for people to help us out because that's something that we have to do internally. Some Negro asked me about Los Altos de Jalisco. I'm like, bro, that's dangerous right now. I would not recommend these guys going over there. In fact, other Mexicans don't want to go unless, like I said before, unless you're not from those towns. I recommend not going there because of what's going on with in that state. It's really dangerous over there. I don't know what's up with these guys. Lawrence, considering the Hispanic population size, you think so, but no, they choose to be around themselves or Hispanic. Yeah, listen, when you see LA News say Jose or Manuel commit a murder, 98% of that's going to be another Hispanic lady. It's a sad truth, but it's the truth. Okay, it's the truth. That's the thing about it. It's really just true. Always looking for lighter skin chick. But hang, here's the thing: like, if they're looking for the white Mexican chicks, they're not there. They don't understand this. Like, you're not. But this is what I'm trying to tell you. You don't understand this. These places, they're very dangerous right now. Like someone mentioned about Zacatecas, I was like, I would not go there if you're not from the. Unless you have family over there, you should not be going to these places right now. Not in those areas. I've been critical about the Americans saying stuff like it's dangerous. Like, no. It's yes and no, depending on where you're going. Now, if you're trying to do what these guys are doing, like trying to be in the middle somewhere that's full of locals, the middle of a Mexico, and there's not you're away from the cities and all that. If you're doing all that shit, man, you're asking for trouble. Like, there's plenty of big cities in Mexico. You could be safe and all that stuff. But these guys choose to be in the most, like, weirdest spots because they're so desperate to be amongst the people. If you go look at this, it's like it's crazy. Latino, look at that N-word. Wow, look at her. Like, this lady is crazy, man. Oh my God, this one. Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. The Nolan Wells case is absolutely insane with me. This is just, it just ends with this crap.
Understood why her mom and aunts and elders were telling her to stay on the porch. You know, you can't leave the yard. You can't do these things because it's a very, very different world outside there. Now, for those of us that are from the South and have roots in the South, you know, with the Klan running around looking for something to happen, that was a real thing. It isn't something you just read in the books. That is a real thing that actually happened. The danger is there. So as time has been going on, and I listen to young people, oh, you're so old. I have my nephew over here today. Oh, you know, this old, oh, that happened a long time ago. That isn't relevant. We were talking about college because he's getting ready to start college. I gave him some advice and I said, take your general studies first. Don't be like a lot of these idiots that think you're a freshman and you're going to be a doctor. You're going to take your core credits, and then as the years go by, you change your mind, and you still got to go back and do those general studies type stuff. How are you going to be 4 years into college and then you want to take freshman comp? Who going to do that? So talking to my nephew, he was saying stuff like, oh, that has no relevance today. Oh, it doesn't? So I hear a lot of Christians say this too. Oh, the Old Testament has no relevance today. I think in the Old Testament, it still has the 10 Commandments in there. So you're saying 10 Commandments have no reference. You're saying Leviticus that tells you how to live has no reference. All the stories in the Old Testament that proclaim the coming of Jesus Christ, that has no reference. I think it does. There's nothing new under the sun. And my mom keeps telling me that over and over and over again. A leopard does not change its spots. And here's something that I remember my mother always told me. Your little white friend, when it comes down to it, is not your friend. And I've never forgotten that. Even today, as people think I'm a Trump supporter and this, that, and this, that. You can call me whatever you want, and I'm not a Trump supporter. But notice, I still know that even though me and some of these white supremacists might agree on certain things when it comes to policy, those still ain't my friends. I'm not a member of the Republican Party. I'm not a member of the Democratic Party. 50-50 white people, right? So I want to read you this. And this is one thing I remember my mother told me a long time ago. And I reference my mom because I lost my father at 5 years old. So it isn't like I come from a single mother home or nothing like that. My mother was my primary parent. When we were kids, it says when we were kids and when we're kids, it's okay, because you're just kids. But as white kids get older, they understand where they fit in the world and what their worth is in the world. So do we when we get older. Remember that same friend that we were playing in the yard and all this other stuff? When we start becoming teenagers and we start getting our little identities, we start formulating where we are in the world and what our position is in the world. And like Demetra said, it isn't beyond pale that white kids are specifically told who they are in the world and what their positions are. I don't believe, fundamentally, I do not believe all people are bad. I don't believe that. But I do fundamentally believe white people do tell their children who they are and what their position is in the world. Don't you bring that black woman home here. Don't you bring this over there. You're white. You're white. I had a friend, good neighbor of mine. And, white guy, you might call him a white supremacist, basically on his ideology, but he was proud to be a white man, and he made sure he told his kids their position in the world, even though he was married to a black woman. Doesn't make sense, but the point is, they tell their children their position in the world. And in our community, with all this liberalism and all this feminism.
What?
Oh, we're all equal. We're this. No, we're not.
Negro,
nothing has changed.
Wait, hold up there, Negro. You're not preaching that to your children. You kidding me? Negro, that is not true. Negro, you promote blacks. You promote that we were kings and the white man enslaved us. And, we got to fight white supremacy. And that we were slaves and that we were oppressed by the man. And that you need to go fight the man, and that to stay away from white folks because they're gonna give you some problems over. Something I noticed with Black Americans, this is the whole, even the Nolan Wells thing is also kind of like the same thing here. This is the same thing. If you guys keep saying that white people are the devil and they're racist and anti-black, and look what he said. Look what he just said. He said, I had a neighbor who was white, a white supremacist. This is ridiculous. Negro, why is your neighbor a white supremacist? Like what the fuck is that? I got a neighbor, And he's proud to be white. He's a white supremacist. Yo, like I'm really sorry about this, but you gotta look at this in a mindset. This black, he's a quote unquote a recovering Democrat. So you are a Democrat at the time, and your neighbor is a white supremacist, fucking a black woman. Oh my God. Oh God. My goodness. The retardation is going senile, man. I swear to God, man. It's like you can't be friendly with everybody over here. There's an agenda good. They're gonna attack you because of your black skin. You know what's so funny about this stuff is hearing black Americans talk about the most anti-black things ever. It's like, what are you talking about, Cam? What are you talking about? We gotta fight white supremacy. How are you gonna fight white supremacy? Your neighbor's a white supremacist banging a black chick. He's your neighbor. We gotta be black, fist pump in the air, be proud of our blackness. We gotta fight what we got. How are you like? Oh my God. I feel sorry for the kid that passed away. This Nolan Wells kid. But by the way, he's mixed race. I mean, he's not. Nolan Wells is mixed race. I'm in black, but black and we have to defend this man's honor. And the funny thing about this is that they're here we go again. It's quote unquote a mixed race dude in the eyes of Negro is a black child. Once again, he's going to white places. He's going to white areas. He has a black father. Why is this black father allowing this? Like, if you already know that the white like, you don't think I don't have listen. You don't think in black American households they don't preach about how the white man's the devil? Of course they do. Of course they do. What the hell's wrong with you people? But the question is this: if the white man's the devil, if white women that birth these white devils is the problem, why are you being around them? I don't understand that. That's how I know. Like, you got to listen to what they say. People got to step back, listen to what the Negro says. Eventually, he'll cough himself up because look what he just said. My neighbor is a white supremacist. You're a black man. You're pro-black. You're fist pumping here Negroes. You know, black first, B1 first, fam. How are you pro-black, but your neighbor is a white supremacist banging a black chick? That is the most liberal shit in my fucking life. I'm proud of my whiteness. I'm a white supremacist. Let me go shag it up with this black woman here. It's like, ooh, jungle fever. Oh, you know how it is. Oh, give me that wet black pussy. Oh my God. I love your pink, your long white penis in my vajayjay. Oh, give me, I want those light mixed babies so badly. Oh, give it to me. Oh, that's how they talk during sex. You know interracial sex, you know what it sounds like? It's a black. Oh, give it to me, Becky. I want your pink vagina in my dark skinned penis. Oh yes. Jealousy, Cam. Jealousy. Anti-blackness. You gotta speak on this.
We gotta speak on the anti-blackness. You want to be proximity to whiteness. That's why. uh what was it? Love Island. Let me go look at this up here. We got talking about interracial dating going on here. It's some scary times, man. We gotta promote interracial love. Oh my god. I'm looking at Love Island just exposed black swirling obsession. Oh my god. Oh, I just love Love Island. It shows the beauty of white men with big white cocks coming inside of my black vajayjay. We are truly desired. We are the preference. Get out of here, Becky. This is my turn. I am the preference. Finally, the white man came inside of me. That means he desires me. I told y'all, ladies, you're just jealous of my blackness. Oh, you know what's something that's so comical about this is that I see these videos from Love Island, right? How come I don't see anyone say they're trying to line their race up? Because that's what's happening. That's what they're trying to promote. I will never do that, Kim. I want black babies. I want a dark-skinned black man. He is so sexy, so fine. I'm like, yeah, you being a mammy while this black man decides his race all the time. Oh, that's because the fact his seed is so powerful that all women desire his seed because he's a strong black man. I'm like, no. It's that man does not like himself. He does not like his features. He doesn't like anything about him. He's trying to date out because he wants to line his race up because he hates being black. Oh my God. How could you, Kev? That's not true. These women are going after the black man. They chose the black man. I'm like, this is the most, you know, the mammy behavior coming out of these women is insane. They actually believe this stuff. It's just, it's like, oh my God, you see, they're trying to be like the black woman because we know we're the original blueprint, and the reason why they want to be a black woman is because they want to get with black men. That's why I try to copy our style to get with the black man. That's why. Oh my God, I knew it all along. Black woman, you understand that these women are trying to copy you because they the sexual desire of the black man. So you gotta fight for you, white black man. I should fight against these women because they want to get with you, the black man penis, so desirable. Oh, like now. Tell me something. How the fuck do I even know this stuff? Oh, I forgot. Because you put your shit on social media for everyone to hear. That's how I know. What a bunch of bull crap. And you know that shit. You know you're married dating out because they hate being black. You know this. And these women that what they call dating, try to promote interracial dating with Brad, you're also trying to line your race up. So I'm just confused. How are Hispanic people trying to be white so bad. But literally, you have a program, Love Island, where you really are trying to promote black women to get with anyone that's non-black. Because there's some kinky, weird sex where the apparently, I don't know, but secretly, black women love the fact that she sees a white penis go into a dark skin's vagina. And you get, oh, the skin's touching it. Oh yes. Oh yeah. I told you it's my fantasy coming true. And you know something right now? It's, you know what it is? It's because of their men. Their men are dating out so much, they feel like they're ugly and no one desires it, which, by the way, that's pretty accurate because your men put you in that position, by the way. Okay? Your men put you in that position. The angry black woman, they made you that way. So instead of you, getting promoted the right way, instead you got to beg to the races of men, particularly white men, to get your approval. And this goes back to harping the days, not slavery, because they will go, oh, this is our slavery. No. This goes all the way back to black men hating black women. And you guys are running to white men because the reality of it is you want to be treated like a quote unquote, like a queen. I'm the prize, y'all. I'm the prize. No. You're not the prize. No. They know you're easy. That's why we know as a guy, they're not gonna take you seriously, but since you're desperate for any man, and you know half your men are gay and everything, they're like, we'll give it white dudes. But what's comical about this is the facts. The white guys you guys get tend to be DL men as well. I don't know some of the black chicks, but you seem to attract like very effeminate men. Oh, yeah, that's not true. We like the strong, tall, black, dark-skinned black man. Oh, his body is a temple, and these women trying to take advantage of our black bodies. Oh, like that retarded talking point. Or the fact is the black American male is just dating out because he does not like his features. What's going on, Kim? The height of anti-blackness. Oh. You seriously want the black man? That's what you want, Kim. White women. Who is that couple that is in Love Island that they're trying to promote as, interracial love? I knew it. I'll get to it right now. Interracial dating, Love Island. The rise of PR interracial relationships. Oh my God. Is that what I think it is? It's the black woman. Oh my God. We are beautiful. We are the blueprint. Women do try.
Sincere has suffered enough? Huh? Sincere has suffered because he got rightfully held accountable for the first time in the village.
And I think like black women right now are kind of the video where people were accusing
Wow, this is so sad. Oh, look at that. Oh my goodness. See, Brad does want to fuck us. I told you, ladies. Oh my God. Oh, if they actually had sex, if they had a chance, if he actually took her clothes off and she had sex, black men, yes, try to touch themselves, probably masturbate too, sickos. Oh, it's so beautiful. That's the preference.
I remember we were talking about how we believe in like in the next decade, white men are going to feel more of a freedom to more actively pursue Black women. And I feel like shows like Love Island give white men permission to pursue Black women. And so we were like, I feel like this great shift is going to happen where, Black women are in this kind of like rock and a hard place where they want to be with Black men, but Black men are not like in a place to be able to court us. And white men are. And I think like Black women right now are kind of like, oh, that's not like, we don't want that. We want Black king, queen, whatever. But I feel like shows like Love Island give us perspective on what it would be like to be pursued by a white man and like the perks of it and even the fun in it. And just to see like one of the healthiest couples on Love Island right now is Bryce and Trinity. And then last year, Nick Landria. It's like giving us like intel on like, oh, maybe. And I feel like shows like Love Island permit. And I mean, like, shift culture. As much as I want to be like, this show is dumb, it is changing things. My roommate is more on the side of white men should date Black women and Black women should allow white men to court them. I, however, am not there yet. I still want a Black man. But the more I see, the more I want. So let there be 3 more seasons of a white man pursuing a Black woman on Love Island, and you might see me in a couple with a white man.
Very interesting seeing the final 4 couples of Love Island. And
oh my God, is that Neo wearing a bonnet? Oh my goodness, look at that face. Oh my goodness, it's just. It's like it is so embarrassing. Oh, now it gives us permission. But wait a minute. Hold on. I thought the white man was the devil. I thought, didn't y'all say Latinos weren't trying to be white so bad, proximity to whiteness? So why dating these guys that something? This is how fucked up this is. With Black women, and I know this is. I won't put this out. That chart, those interracial charts, talk about marriages and everything and dating. You do know that outside of Black women, right? You notice that the after them, who actually ends up dating and marrying Black women the most, second most, is actually Latino guys. Notice how when they had the chart where it had Latino men even marrying more Black women than his Black men, the Black men with Latinas. Like the fact that no one brings that up. Like even the Black and white couple is actually more rare, which to me was kind of shocking to even hear that. I was kind of like, really? And it just shows you, it just shows you how not racist, but like how stupid people are. Because this is why I keep telling you, like, for example, what was it, Lauren? They said like Hispanic, and Hispanic men and white female couples, right? Like they're like ranked something in the top 3, whatever. No one talks about it. No one talks about that pairing. No one does. Black women with Latino men, you do realize the numbers are higher than with Black women with white guys, right? Notice that no one says a word about that either. And I'm thinking to myself, like, that's kind of weird, but it starts to make sense. They don't want to say anything, but this is just a sad rip. So let's just, and Laura, you said before, like, this is what happened. Like, here's the thing that would get to me is kind of weird. So you mean to tell me that we're trying to fight white supremacy, but you want to get with white guys? And something was so weird about that. I feel it was on a video once I heard the lady say that. I noticed that right away. The black guys, the black women, when they heard that, they were like kind of like ignore that thing. Which my response was, well, this is just my experience. For a bunch of guys who are broke, see, this is why listen. This is how I know that American men are lying about the women here. Because they keep saying the same thing, that they want money, hypergamy, and all that stuff, right? But if that's the case, right? If this is the case, how come these women are getting with Hispanic guys? These guys are broke. I'm like, that's the part that I don't understand. Like, you do realize these guys are broke. They don't have money like that. But it's like, see, this is why I know these American dudes that talk about that thing, like, that doesn't make any sense then. Because, the Hispanic guys are short. Well, that proves my point. So that doesn't make any sense. So when you sit there and you tell people, like when I actually talked to a black girl once as an advice, when I said, you need to talk to these, when black men like call you gold diggers, like, you gotta tell them, like, you do know when you date out, the second most guys that you pick are actually Hispanic guys. How is that gold digging when those guys are broke? I'm not saying no Hispanic with money. There are guys with money. It's just that those guys with money, they just don't, like, they're not here. And I know this because most Hispanic guys that I know personally, they come from the lower class. Because we all know this. Like, this is not no secret. Like, the United States against the poor. Like, they're not getting, like, well-to-do, wealthy, professional, educated Hispanic people that are not. I'm not talking about this whole, I'm poor, but I'm first generation, but I did it right. I went to school and struggle, and look at me now. I'm an entrepreneur or a doctor and a lawyer. Like, no, I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about ones that came from money.
I'm not getting into the core four part. I'm getting into the part that the relationships are all racial ambiguous. And listening to the girls, the women support this because this is mainly what the women want to vote. This is what a lot of women want to vote. This is what I'm seeing on social media. I know there are other women who voted for TT and Casey and everything, but for what we're looking at right now, majority of the votes, this is what women want to see. These are millions of viewers watching this. I want to say this. The same energy you have for these four core people, racially ambiguous relationships, beautiful. Maintain that same energy for all people. If this is how people are voting and are okay with that, which is fine because it's 2026, then have that energy for everybody. I don't want to see no think pieces about people dates outside the race. I don't want to see it. Because when you watch shows and you watch compatibility, you think about everything. You're supposed to be thinking about everything. How it looks like on the outside, how their families will perceive each other, all this stuff. And so their families came in, everyone was happy, jolly. Everyone in the comment section are happy. If that is the case, I don't want to see no more think pieces about interracial relationships. Just let them vibe. Because y'all will have think pieces. I don't want to see them. I don't want to see them. I don't. And in specific creators who post that I see that pop up on my For You page who have been talking this whole entire season, I definitely don't want to see you talking about no monoracial relationships. I don't want to. I'm going to look at you like a hypocrite. I'm I'm looking at you like a hypocrite. I probably can't take you seriously. I can't, because you can't present and talk about one thing one way and then support something else. So from this point forward, I don't want to hear none of that from nobody. Nah. No.
No. Ebony. Download now.
Nobody.
The fact that there are 4 Black women as the final 4 in Love Island USA is insane. We all know where we live. We know the climate, and we know how much and how important this is to us. I can't wait to see all of their brand deals and opportunities outside of the villa, because I think that that's really going to show what brands think about A, Black women, but B, what they think about these specific Black women and their circumstances within the villa. We have Trinity and Bryce, who are in a nice committed relationship. We have Anaya and Carl, who are like probably on their way and headed there. Kata and Zach, who say that they're headed there. I don't know. But then we also have Melanie and Sincere, where there are literal brands saying that if Melanie breaks up with Sincere, they will give her stuff, which is like, so you're not going to give her anything if she stays with him? Like, I'm kind of confused. But maybe that's the brand's way of saying that they don't want to give anything to Sincere, to which I say, I understand that, because you and your brand and your value mean a lot to you. But still having 4 Black women, I can't wait to see what they do. Like, they have so much, it's so many opportunities ahead of them. Like, the villa is a pressure cooker in a way, and they have grown so much. The way that Trinity like kind of said in her toast that they've all grown through their experience in the villa. They have. Every single one of them has learned something new. They're going to take something away from this experience, whether that's in their dating life, their personal life, their friendships, whatever that might be. I'm just so excited to see the core 4 in the final 4.
Love Island audience really said no same race couples allowed. This is an all swirl party. Someone did call me the swirl ambassador in my last video, so I guess my agenda has been completed, because how is every single couple in the final 4 interracial? That's crazy. And someone much smarter than me, I would love for them to do like a deep dive into like the social and political reasons why Love Island USA only fucks with interracial couples, because I would be seated, because the optics of kicking out the only Black couple and the only white couple is so interesting. Like, you can't even claim racism, low-key. Overall, I am happy with the final 4. I mean, I fucking hate Zach, but like, I understand why he's there over Casey and TT and Dylan and Kenzie, and especially Dylan, because when he was like, I feel like Sincere has suffered enough.
All right, that's it. Too much of this girl talk. All right. Listen. This just goes back to what I try to tell people. Here's the funny thing about this. Okay, here's the thing. Oh my God, it's the image of the female Negro. Listen, I don't. This is the thing about this. This is why Black Americans, to me, have like a real mental problem in their heads. 1 minute we gotta fight white supremacy, and the white people need to understand how we struggle, and that they're anti-Black and we need to stay away from them. But then on the next second, y'all want to celebrate the fact that white men are laying pipe on Black girls' vaginas. And this is like in America, it's a new phenomenon, and here's the thing that's absolutely comical about this stuff. You know, I always says it all the time about this stuff. You notice something that's very, very weird about, Black Americans when it comes to their whole racial fight against white supremacy. My issue with them is that
You could do. Listen, I got no problem. You want to fuck a white guy? No. My problem is that you need to stop harassing Hispanic, Latino people saying you want to be white so bad, but at the same time, you're the ones that actually are happy that white men from this country are dicking down black women vaginas, and they celebrate whatever crap, and which is, but then you turn around and tell me that you want to be white so bad. But here's the funny thing about this. Here's the funny thing. This is actually what it is, comical and more something even more sincere. Is this? You notice I've kind of, people told me before, because I've sometimes had black women following me on my channel. I don't know why, but they do. My thinking is this: if I was a girl, a black chick, and I look at the stats of interracial dating, right, and who I date, and I look at the stats as Hispanic guys with black women, right? It's the actual stats. Like, out of all the races together, black women date this stuff, right? They don't promote those men. They don't want nothing to do with them, but they want to promote white dudes. And he says, "Oh, we want to experience, what was it? We want to be pampered, pleasured. Basically, they say they want to be splurged on because we want that same treatment that other women had got from white men and all that stuff." And this is the part that I feel like a lot of white women are kind of pissed off about. Is not the fact that black women are gay. It's the fact that these other groups of women want to get with white men because they have money. And the problem with this conversation is white American males and their pro-white nationalist talking points. Here's the funny thing about this. Where are the white nationalists saying stop this show? Where are the white nationalist men who claim they're proud to be white, bring white, the whole we proud to be white, we be white? Where are they? Say enough is enough. We don't want to promote interracial couples. We are proud to be white. Where are these strong white men at? Where are they? Like where are the white American males that swear up and down that they don't want any more race mixing? That enough is enough. Because you're the black guy, the black American who, by the way, talks bad about Hispanic people all the fucking time. He has a neighbor that's a white supremacist that's dicking down a black girl. And you don't know. Okay, this is what I said. Thank you for saying this. You know what's sad, Cam? Those white nationalists were being mean as hell to all the black girls on Love Island and stuff. Yes, they're being mean. That's true. That's very, very true. But let's be for real. Okay? They didn't say stop having sex with them. Notice that, Lauren? Notice that? Notice they didn't shame the white guys. They didn't shame them. This is how I know white American males, deep down inside, they're happy that white men are dating out. This is why I ever go pull up in their corners, I always ask them, why are you guys sit there proud to be white, but you know that your white men in your own groups are having sex with non-white women, and you don't say a fucking word about that. You don't say a word. You don't tell them to stop. You say, "Oh, you're not part." Oh, we kicked them out and we don't allow. No. There's one thing about kicking out. You don't say, "Hey, bro, stop doing that." They never. Instead, right? They bullied the black women and say, "Oh, you will never get a white man." Blah blah blah. They never tell the white dudes, "Hey, white guys, stop having sex with these black women." They didn't say that, did they? No, because those white nationalists, they actually like the fact they're getting vagina sex from black women. They actually like that. Exactly, thank you, Lord. They want validation. They like the fact that white women are black women are putting them on, throwing down like, oh yeah, because this goes back to what I told you. They bow down to them and kiss feet. Oh, white man, I'll do anything for you. Anything, like anything. And okay, like oh, because same thing with white American males. They have this weird thinking about their mentality, and I know where this is coming from, and I'm not stupid enough to understand this, but it's the truth. These people are not proud to be white. They're not proud to be white. This white American, I said again, white American, these white nationalists, these white American males, they're not proud to be white. They're not. They can easily go back to your communities and marry the women from their communities and make a bunch of babies. They chose not to. Okay, what do you say? All my years in this country, not once did they turn to black women for anything until now. They can easily do this. They can. You know what's the last? You know these white nationalists are hypocrites. I talked to one of them. I said, "You know what's funny about this? I heard you guys say let's go to Russia. Where's the last time any of y'all say, yo, I'm a white nationalist. I want to go to Dublin, Ireland. I want to go to Kerry or Derry County and find me a traditional Irish girl." You never hear it. I never hear any of these guys saying, "Oh my God, I want to go to England or Wales and try to get my wife from Cardiff City, a traditional Welsh white girl." You will never hear them say that. "Oh, I want to go to, they never do this. They never. But for some crazy reason, I want to find my white wife in Warsaw, Poland, in Lithuania, in Riga, Latvia, in Moldova. I mean, Moldova is if not the poorest country in Europe. They rather go over there to find a wife because she's traditional, she's conservative, she has family values. Unlike these white bitches here. And you know something? I don't know these women. They gotta wake the fuck up. You know what's funny, Kem? Those white nationalists said they were going to stop watching Love Island if there weren't Latinas. I'm a little bit confused about that. Lauren, honestly, the Latinas are over there, they're not even that pretty. That's the scary part. I saw Love Island. I'll be honest, the Latinas are not that pretty. It is weird that we live in a society right now where white American women are literally right now trying to be mammies to white men. Oh, white man. I know, for example, Becky's like, oh, they're fucking our men. Oh, God. Like, they don't want to say it like that. Like, oh, God, they're taking our men away. Haha, Becky. I'm the preference now, bitch. That's how they're thinking. It's like, the white man always want to fantasize us. Oh, they want our asses, our dark skin, melanin, black skin. I'm like, oh my God. They don't understand that your men hate your guts. And probably gotta notice too. Like they gotta wake the fuck up. I mean, this is embarrassing. Becky actually hates Asian women. Like, of course. Why wouldn't that? Like, listen, I can't blame some of these white chicks because The thing about let's just get it out of the way. These idiot men are allowing other women to come into the community and take their resources. And then you got white Americans turning around and say, what's going on? Why is the white population going downhill? Why are we losing our rights? What's going on, America? Every time when I tell them this, they all like look at me about like, but that's the thing. I tell them, this is your fault. That's not, you guys listen. White women, for example, they like I told this to one white nationalist guy. I told him, I said, bro, the only thing only you guys say is telling white women to stop fucking black dudes. Like, you do realize, if you know something, they're the only other women. They're the only men that actually get with white girls. It's really just black dudes publicly, and y'all got upset with that. But the problem is not in that. The problem is that you guys fuck all these other women, and you brag about it, and then you sit there and you know something about white nationalism. It's like the biggest hypocrites, because even the Nazis, man, they're banging Jewish chicks. Like they say, oh, I hate the Jews, all that stuff. But at the same time, you got Nazis trying to marry them too. Wait, hold on, Laura. I forgot about history books and Banana Princess. Didn't the Nazis were trying to wipe up like in Schindler's List, the movie Schindler's List? Didn't a Nazi try to wipe up a Jewish lady? I want to grow up with her. Oh, I forgot. You just fall in love because you're a lonely man. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Honestly, I see it by seeing them be even more mean to Latinas. But Laura, I got a better question. Why are white nationalists watching Love Island period? Are you guys gay? See right there, I gotta say that even more. Are you guys gay? Like, why are you watching a bunch of a female show for girls? What are you doing? See, you gotta question these guys. Like, are you gay? Are you into other men? Because you gotta check that. Because some of these white nationalists, they're checking out the men. You know, they're walking with 6-pack abs. They got their shorts out that you can almost see their crotch. They got their dick bulging. I mean, don't be surprised that some of these white nationalists check out these guys out. Look at his ass. Look at his bubble butt. Oh my god, look at his 8-pack abs going down to his penis. Oh my god, yes. This is why. But I can't say anything because I have to hide my sexuality because I'm a proud white nationalist. Yeah, let's go on a fucking trip or a fucking Malwa. But did you see that, Laura? Did you see that part where the white national, like Fro Jax, said had interviewed this guy, but probably white, and he turned around and said, "We do hiking, hiking as men. We hike as men over. Yeah. Hike as men. Seriously, dude, I would never hike with a bunch of dudes in going up to a mountain. Wait, time out. Hold up. Let's be for real. Hiking is to pick up chicks or to bring your girlfriend and smash your girl. Come on, bro. You're outside, put a tent or go or rent a lodge, and then it's nighttime. You want to snuggle with your boo, and you have sex. That's the whole point. Who wants to go with a bunch of dudes? I'm sorry. The whole point of hiking is to talk to women. That's the whole point, and try to get with girls, and then having sex in them, and having sex. That's hiking. I mean, I know it sounds people don't understand, but hiking is a lot of women that do hiking because I've seen this. So you see women here and there. You meet people in certain spaces, and you talk to them, and things could happen, and then you take them to your place, or her, or vice versa, or in a tent. That's the whole point. Who the fucking hell wants to go hike with 20 different dudes? That's kind of weird. It's some Brokeback Mountain shit. But they're white nationalists. We're so proud to be white that we gotta fuck each other. Hiking as men, probably shirtless with really short shorts too. Oh, you mean the ones where they can show their ass? That's so creepy. That's disgusting, man. It's disgusting, dude. I'm sorry. These you know something? I do not know why white nationalists are watching Love Island. I don't watch that shit. I think it's crap. It's a stupid show. So they're going to those like bar specials. Come at this bar location. We're all gonna watch the new episode of Love Island USA. So everyone here has our Anosa specials here in martinis. Like that's what we're doing here. Come on. I would never watch that stupid show. It's embarrassing. We got Mandy's coming around here saying all this dumb crap. You know, if you type in snow bunnies, it's ridiculous. Just type in snow bunnies. See, they dig the black man. See right there? Snow bunnies. White women. That's what it is. The devil. Alabama versus Snow Bunny edition. Oh, God.
Which university has better snow bunnies, Alabama or Auburn?
We do.
Why do you think so?
Roll Tide, because
what?
I'm here.
Oh, you're a snow bunny.
I am.
You know I'm the snow sniper. You know I'm that, right? Like in real life? Which university has better snow bunnies, Alabama or Auburn?
We do.
Okay, I'm confused here. Hold up a second here. So first of all, let's get this out of the way here. So Negro, you're one of the most quote unquote dubbed as one of the most, if not the most racist state, Alabama. You go into Becky in Alabama, asking them about snow bunnies. Who has hard snow bunnies? Oh, I'm a black man. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm a white man. Oh, sorry, I'm a black man, and I'm surrounded by snow bunnies. I'm in snow heaven. Oh, yeah. But wait a minute, Negro. You turn around the next day and say we want to be white so bad. And yet we see the Negro next to a white girl. Does that make any sense? Snow bunnies. I like Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar Johnson. Snow bunnies. I don't want no snow bunnies here. Get that cracker bitch out of here. Look at that. I love this whole snow bunny conversation. Look at this. Black loving wig versus natural. Oh my goodness. You gotta love little Yachty presses over snow bunnies. This is embarrassing. Snow bunnies. Oh, snow heaven. You know what's so embarrassing? Yeah, look at it. Look at Dr. Umar. He's gonna talk about snow bunnies.
Feel comfortable enough in that would make her willing to submit to us.
That sounds like a lifetime.
Hey, I know. It ain't no lifetime.
Ain't no like.
But I could use a real situation to deflect some of that. Like matter of fact, Travis Hunter situation. Like that's somebody he been with who when he wasn't ready. You see what I'm saying? That chick, he got married with that girl and got no prenup. A bunny.
Which I don't agree with. I think he should have got a prenup.
He didn't come ready, like you were saying. He didn't come ready. She was with him as is.
What about the ugly?
But she was with him as is. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know when she met him.
In college.
That's a big factor.
But from what I understand, he was already a well-known athlete when she got with him.
In college. She didn't even acknowledge him at first. She didn't even know him
I
like
couldn't treat that situation as a traditional snow bunny meets a brother who's struggling and builds him. He was already built. And biologically, she's not a snow bunny, although psychologically she might be. Her mother is a dark-skinned woman. She showed her. I was shocked. Her mother's a dark-skinned woman, right? She's Latino, but the mother Afro-Latino. I don't know what the father is per se, right? But I would still possibly consider her a snow bunny because I don't think she identifies as black.
No, she identifies as a snow bunny. So that prenuptial shit, that you don't agree with that.
What you mean? He should have got a prenup.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
He should have got a prenup.
He should have got a prenup.
He should have got a prenup. And that is not a knock on her. Right. That's not a knock on her. You're dealing with that kind of money, you prenup it up because, as you know, in American society, the quickest way for these women to get paid is through a divorce or a rape allegation.
But most of them females say like that, that's like you saying like something gonna happen. If nothing ain't gonna happen and we don't want nothing to happen.
I completely disagree with that. For me, a prenup doesn't say I'm expecting this not to work. For me, a prenup says that we are in this relationship to exclusively focus on building a relationship between us. In other words, for me, a prenup keeps my finances out of the equation of this relationship.
You know what's so funny about this conversation? I'm glad I put this up here. What's comical is that he said that she is a snow bunny and that she's displaying snow bunny. She's basically a white girl just because he got money from this dude. You know what something so comical about this? So he said that she's Latina and his mom, the mother is a dark-skinned Afro-Latina. I guess the other one is like not, right? Notice right away she said she thinks like a white woman, which doesn't make any sense to me because I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, then. So here's the thing. Notice right away that he doesn't say to these guys that they're self-hating. Now, I know Dr. Umar's called out black guys all the time for being self-hating, and I've seen that. But notice in this discussion, he does not call him self-hating. So he's trying to input the fact that, oh, no, this is a white girl trying to steal money from a black man because he knows that the black man is an asset, his body, his strength, his masculinity, his alpha maleness. Oh, the black man, so desirable. And it's like, and you know something about Dr. Umar? Dr. Umar, he's against interracial dating, but I can tell right away that he still defends black men dating other women. I'll tell you why. Because I'll tell you why. When he says, I want black men to date black women, right? Notice right away, he didn't mention dark-skinned black women. He says black women. He doesn't want to admit to this, but this is the reality of it. Most black men don't find their own females attractive. So why are you surprised that this guy's dating out? He doesn't like himself. And the same thing for a lot of black guys. They don't like themselves. And this is a fact. They just don't. You'll see.
That's what it means to me.
Right.
You follow what I'm saying? That's what it means to me.
There's a protection.
So with her mother being like of a dark skin complexion, do she still carry what you call the what it is, the mitochondrian DNA? Like, because I heard you speak that
she might, because the mother chocolate. So that princess, she probably has the mitochondrial DNA.
Right.
You feel me?
Right.
A lot of Latino African women, if they are African, because remember, Latino is an ethnicity in the culture. You can be white Latino, you can be black Latino, you could be so-called indigenous Latino, the Taino, right? So if you're Afro, anything, Afro Latino, Afro American, whatever, you got that mitochondrial DNA.
And what makes that so special in black women having that? What
because it is the genetic code to humankind. The black woman carries within her the genetic code for modern man.
Wait. So wait a minute. So the girl is, she's technically what, a black woman, but since he didn't sign a since the guy didn't sign a pre with her, her mind says was a white woman. Oh, God.
Think about that. The black woman's DNA contains the entire matrix of human civilization, and she's the only woman who has it.
No,
so we are not all the same. But see, here's my question then, to that point. If we are the original people, we have the oldest DNA strain in civilization because we go back to the beginning of time. Nobody else has that. We come from God. Everybody comes from us. If you recognize your godliness, and if she recognizes her goddessness, why would you want to plant your seed in Neanderthal soil? Why would you want your child to be mixed with the DNA of your slave master? That's a sickness.
So do you look at it?
That's a sickness.
But do you look at it the same way as like?
Okay. I'm a little bit confused here. So basically, the black Latino woman that got with the non-black guy is the but how do you know that this guy's a colonizer? That's the part that he doesn't want to accept. And let's say he is. Okay, so he got with the colonizer. How could you? And then you make this child, and this child had sex with a dark-skinned black man. But notice he doesn't shame the black guy. He doesn't shame the black dude. He's the one having sex with this woman. She's, look at her, diluting her blood. How could you black Latino whore? How could you have sex with this man here? While he's all upset and angry, he's not putting any blame on the black dude. The black guy's having sex with this woman.
I've heard some young brothers or older men either say that these white men slept with our women
and we paying them back,
whatever. And right now we just giving them back what they gave us.
How are you paying them back when the white man slept with and took advantage of our women? He was in charge of the society, and it was the power that accrued to him from being in charge of the society that gave him the prerogative to abuse our women sexually. If we're paying them back, what are we getting from these white women that we're bringing back to the black community that's helping us further our people? I'll wait for an answer.
No,
what are we getting from them?
Soaking it up.
We ain't getting nothing from these white girls. They ain't giving you ish.
Right.
How you even got on the type of time to even be this, like to beat Dr. Umar? Like how you even you wasn't always like this. Like how did something happen?
Since 9, I was.
Yeah, I'm saying since 9.
We lived in Jacksonville, North Carolina. My father was a drill instructor for the United States Marine Corps. He was a pretty rough father. And I didn't have an older brother. So I said, when I grow up, I'm going to be the older brother that other children can speak with. So in 3rd grade in Jacksonville, I decided I wanted to be a clinical psychologist. When my parents divorced, we returned to Philly, the elementary school I attended to. I'm from the same neighborhood.
I don't want to hear that crap. Fuck that shit. I'll fall asleep on that one. Listen, I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't feel sorry for these people. They display a lot of anti-blackness. Here's the thing about these people, all these guys that say they're pro-black or whatever crap, they're pro-white. Like, you notice that you guys keep blaming everything. You guys keep putting this idea that women and this and that, but you don't put the blame on the dudes.
And that's the part of the issue with the guys in this country. You don't put the blame on the men that's coming in this country. That's the thing about, like, that's why I'm telling people about the Miami culture here is very strong, because it's like, yo, you don't put the blame on the guys. It's like, I will say Dr. Moore is probably the only one to openly criticizes black men for dating out. Like, he's probably the only one, but even he sometimes slips up and go after the women more than the men, because at the end of the day, the men are the one pursuing these women, not the other way around. Like, they make it out like, oh, they're pursuing because my black body. I'm like, no, they're pursuing you because no, it's the opposite. They're pursuing them. That's what's happening. So, again, like, Americans don't want to hear that stuff, but now the part that says groundwork is always more important than the fake media. Listen, I don't know the stat numbers for Hispanic guys overall. I really don't know, because I'll tell you why I say this. I'm not dumb. Like, economically, we're pretty low when it comes to economical wages. We're not really like the tallest group. We're not the tallest group. But you know what's so weird about this? Why is it that this is what's happening, but yet, according to the stats, they're saying that we get this types. How come it's never shown in the media? See, right there, like, this is what I'm trying to tell you at the same time. You're criticizing a black lady getting with let's say a non-black Latino man. But you know what's so insanely crazy about this is that that's very normal. Like, the black girls in Latin America, they do date other men as well. And they just don't want to accept that because they're so used to black women being single and depressed and like no other options. And they're like about to on their deathbed. But when the black girls in Brazil, whatever, they see like dating other men, like they all get angry. Why are you doing that? I hate you.
And what I said was true. What do I mean? He said Dr. Umar is not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. That is true. I'm not a descendant. I'm a descendant of Stephen and Caroline Bailey. Frederick is my cousin, not my grandfather. Right?
Right.
I never said he was my grandfather.
Right.
He knows I never said he was my grandfather, but to throw the people off, he doesn't say Dr. Umar is not a descendant of Frederick Douglass, but he is a member of the Bailey family. He never said that part. He never said he's a descendant of Stephen Bailey, Frederick's brother. He never said that. So to play mind games with the people, he just said, Dr. Umar is not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. Right? You see?
Right.
Which is true.
Right.
So why not clarify and say he is a member of the Bailey family? He is a descendant of Stephen and Caroline. He is a cousin to Frederick Douglass. Right. His name is on a family tree. He didn't put it there. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So he played with the people. So that letter that he sent to Roland Martin, Swollen Martin, that wasn't from the family. That was from one coon in the family. But I'll be honest with you. I don't go to family reunions no more. You want to know why? Because when he was pushing all that shit,
because you're a fucking con job. That's the thing about it, bro. You're a fucking con job. That's what you guys are. Baby Smurf. Yeah, I know. That it just shows you the level of racism coming out of black men. Like, this is why, like, this is how I know black dudes and white guys, they have like a mental illness. And you know what's so funny is that they will come to Hispanic guys and they'll say that, oh, you guys are cuckolds because your women date this and that. I'm thinking to myself, you do realize that the cuckolds are you guys, because I'll tell you why. Because you guys defend any of your men dating out constantly, and you shit on your women all the time. That's the difference in America. You guys actually like cuckold to your own men, and that's a form of homosexuality. You know. That's the part that I don't understand. Like, that's the part. That's the part. Stay away from these snow bunnies. Stay away from them. Snow bunny. Snow heaven. It's no more snow bunnies for you, bitch. It's like 50 fig.
Too often, Black women prioritize a man's income over his masculinity, meaning he can provide. He's willing to help with those children. He will nurture you, look out for you, but he might not be able to put you in a Mercedes. He might not be able to help you with that $1 million mortgage. And I've seen Black women turn down good men, very good men, because he didn't have the economics, but he had everything else.
Dr. Umar says the reason why Black women cannot get a Black man is because too often Black women are requiring that there's a fit. Look at that Black man who sold out and got that snow bunny. This conversation was so good. He went and sat down with Wintana on the Bittersweet podcast. You can find it on YouTube, but let's take a listen to a piece of the conversation.
Struggling to find what kind of Black
Okay, let's
man,
talk
because
about
there's
it.
Black men all in Australia.
No. We have.
So what kind of Black men are you struggling to find? Are you struggling to find a millionaire? Are you struggling to find somebody who's 6'3" with a six-pack stomach?
No.
Are you struggling to find someone who can finance a European expensive materialistic lifestyle?
No.
What kind of Black man are you struggling to find?
Let's talk about the.
I'm sorry, man. Umar cracks me up.
Drink the coffee, it'll make you feel better.
Culture in Australia versus the culture in America. I don't think it is quite different. It is.
No, it's not.
It is. I think now we're being more influenced.
One of the biggest mistakes that I find in the diaspora is we swear we're so randomly different. As probably the most traveled African in the Western Hemisphere, we're not that significantly different.
No, but we
There might be
are.
some new. No, we're not. No, we're not.
I don't think Black women. Okay, let's talk about it, because I'm getting dilemmas where women are talking about they're successful, they're in their careers, and they're looking for a decent guy.
This is hilarious. The same shit.
He has a decent job. They are on
What
the same.
is a decent job?
He has.
Define the term.
He makes an amount that is in the same tax bracket as the woman. Let's just say that the same tax bracket.
Okay.
Emotionally
Financial
intelligent.
equity.
Yes.
Okay.
I would just say he's a provider. He's nurturing, and he cares to build a family with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the question?
And the question is, women are struggling to find men that they can date.
Okay. Couple things. Number one, Black women cannot, shall not, should not expect a Black man to be able to provide them with the same type of a lifestyle that a Caucasian can provide for the white female, because the Caucasian benefits from white privilege, the Black man suffers from white racism. So we should not be, no sister should be looking for a European equivalent or an African equivalent of a European. A Black man has to work twice as hard to get half as much. So although I can appreciate the financial equity, but if you are a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer as an African woman in Australia or America or the UK or Toronto or Johannesburg, looking for a Black man who has financial equity with your type of career success, that's going to be difficult. You might got to tone it down a little bit. What I find as a therapist.
I'm sorry. I have to. I know, but I have to. When you walk around and you're dating these chicks, are you seeing nothing but doctors and engineers?
Yes.
Most women work in office.
Often Black women prioritize a man's income over his masculinity, meaning he can provide. He's willing to help with those children. He will nurture you, look out for you, but he might not be able to put you in a Mercedes. He might not be able to help you with that $1 million mortgage. And I've seen Black women turn down good men, very good men, because he didn't have the economics, but he had everything else. Sisters need to be careful not to fall into this European narrative of judging men primarily by how much they make.
I can agree with that. I think that these are two extreme scenarios here because I think
It's not a European narrative. It is female nature.
if a man we're talking about financial equity, if he is making enough to build a household with you, to be a leader in the household, I think women are okay with that. I think that's not what they're getting. I think they're getting the other end of the spectrum. That's what we're hearing. You know what I mean?
Would you have a problem if you met a man who made half of what you made or a third of what you made, but he had a financial vision of an empire, a business, some sort of an entrepreneurial undertaking?
See, I think that's
Stay
dangerous.
with me.
I think that's dangerous.
Let me finish it, and then I want you to respond. And he needed you to help invest in his dream. And he gave you a definitive timeline. He said, give me 12 months or 24.
And I will build a school. I'm just kidding.
Would you have a problem investing in him?
What does investing in him mean?
Let's say he needed $700 a month to help fuel this dream. He needed $700 for 24 months.
Hit the cash out. Oh, shoot.
Could you do it? You're reluctant.
I am reluctant. I am
Tell me why.
reluctant because what's the guarantee?
There is no guarantees in love. There is no guarantees in romance.
And also, I think context matters. How long have we been together?
I agree.
You know, if it's just a guy that I met last year and all of a sudden he has these dreams and he wants me to fund
for
it.
about 2 years. You like him. There might even be some love.
Oh God, this is embarrassing, yo. I'm gonna look. I want $700 in a woman. You can't follow European standards. We don't have that. So what you need to do instead is give me money. Give me money. Wait, what? Oh God, that's too funny, man. That's too funny. Oh my God. Will you willing to invest in this man $700 a month? Oh my God. Yo, that right there is like, don't follow the European standard. Black guy have to work twice as hard. Now give you $700 for top cash. Give it to me now. Oh God, this is so hilarious. Hey guys, it's late on in my end, okay? Get the cash app for these guys. They want $700, and yet for some reason we're the ones that the problem. We're trying to be anti-black. All right, guys. Anyway, I'm out.